Fiscal Court via video session, April the 17th, 2020. And before we get started, there's a couple things I want to go over. One, I want to welcome Marty Booth. Everybody, Marty Booth has been out and you can see her wonderful face. Hi, Marty, welcome. We sure have missed you.
Well, I have missed being there because the alternative was not pleasant.
I understand. We're so glad you're back. This is a special day for Franklin County. There will be COVID-19 testing at Lakeview Park. And if you haven't signed up and you want to be tested, it will end at 4 o'clock today. I ask that you go to Reading Frankfurt or the Franklin County Health Department site and get yourself signed up for today to be testing is free at Lakeview Park. Also, as we get started, there's a couple people that I want to recognize, and we have lost a couple members of our family, and that is James Condor, the constable, lost his life last week or early this week, and we want to say give condolences to his family and prayers to his family for the loss of life of our District 4 Constable James Condor. And also last week, Robert Hewitt's mother passed away in Colorado, and so prayers and thoughts to Robert, even though he's on the phone. Robert, we are so sad about the loss of your mother. And with all of that being said, let's begin our work session, and we have special guests today. Katie Smith, Kylie Palmer from the Kentucky Academy of Economic Development, and James Parsons from KMK Law Firm in Northern Kentucky. Welcome all of you. Thank you for being here. Mr. Parsons, I'm going to start with you. If you would, please tell us a little bit about your background and your work in the TIF program.
Okay, great. Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to attend your meeting today. My name is Jim Parsons. I'm a resident of Northern Kentucky, live in Union, actually, city of Florence. But for the last I'm currently a partner in the law firm of Keating, Muthen, and Kleekamp. And for the last 14 years or so, I have been really working specifically in the area of in development finance for Kentucky projects, which specifically include the TIF program. I've done a number of projects, so locally only TIFs, and a number of TIF programs that also involve state participation. So I see Kylie and Katie are on the phone there, are on the conference. I work with them quite regularly on projects all across the state. I actually represent I represent developers in a number of projects, but I also represent a significant number of local governments in the area of TIF. Specifically, I'm special counsel to the Lexington and Fayetteville County government. I represent the city of Moorhead TIF board. I'm working right now with the city of Owensboro on a TIF program there. I'm representing Somerset. And I represent a number of local governments in Northern Kentucky, specifically in the area of the TIF program in that circumstance. So, and we're primarily talking about, I also did a number of the larger TIF programs when it first started, such as the downtown Bowling Green TIF that you may have attended some of your county meetings or something in Bowling Green, may have seen some of that development. I've done several projects for the University of Louisville. I don't know if you're Cats fans or Louisville fans, but I did represent the University of Louisville on a number of their programs, and relative to that, I'm also very familiar with other incentive programs and utilize them quite regularly, including industrial revenue bond financing for private projects and the Tourism Development Act. One private client I do work for is Arc Encounter, and so I handle all the incentive work, and that involves TIF and the Tourism Development Act for that particular program there. Prior to prior to my 14 years practicing law in this specific area, I also had a 31-year career in local government. I was city manager in the city of Newport, city attorney for the city of Newport, and my last job in government was I was the deputy county judge and county administrator for Boone County. I was Gary Moore's first administrator and deputy judge when he was elected as county judge executive in 1999. In 98 legislature. So from about six and a half years, I was his deputy and worked actively with county government. So that's kind of about my background. I'm very familiar with the incentive programs that are applicable in Kentucky, and I only practice in Kentucky. That's my exclusive area. I'm not really licensed in other states, so my area is pretty much the entire state of Kentucky.
Okay, Mr. Parsons, thank you. And before I call on Katie and Kylie, I should have done this before I called on you, sir, but I want everybody to follow these housekeeping rules to the best of our ability. Number one, keep your mic muted until I call on you to speak, if you would. Everybody keep your mic muted. Allow all presentations to be made before asking questions. I will ask the presenter if he or she is finished, and then I will call on the court members to ask their questions. You will need to raise your hand so that I know that you want to speak. When I call your name, please unmute your mic and ask your questions or make your comment. Also, during the vote session of the meeting, when it's time to make or second a motion, please raise your hand and I will then state your name, and you can unmute your mic at that time and make your motion. I will then call on the clerk to take roll call. So it's important that we don't. It's also impossible not to talk over everybody, but we want to hold that to as a minimum as we can. So let's all try to adhere to the rules. Also, let's try to keep. We're starting at 9 in the morning, and we want to be finished by 9 tonight, if possible. So we've got such a long agenda. So let's please try to keep our questions as brief as possible. With all that being said, the next person I want to introduce is Katie Smith with the Department of Economic Development. Katie, please tell us about your background and what your job is. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for having us here today. I'm Katie Smith, and I am the Commissioner of the Department for Financial Services here at the Cabinet for Economic Development. I came to the Cabinet 16 years ago, and I've been working with the incentive programs that we have here at the Cabinet the entire time I've been here, helped with the creation of the Kentucky Business Investment Program, and we continue to make improvements to all of our incentive programs. Prior to coming to the Cabinet, after graduating, I spent 3.5 years at a national public accounting firm in Louisville, and then I went and was in internal audit, national manufacturing headquarters in Louisville for a couple of years, and then I came to the Cabinet. So we kind of want to go on and get into our TIF program. If that's enough about my background for you.
That's fine. Go right ahead.
So the Tax Increment Financing Program, what we call TIF, is a program that we use here at the state. And there's, as Jim mentioned, there's several local TIFs that we are not familiar with here at the state, because the TIF program always starts at the local level before it can ever truly come and apply at the state. But the TIF program is used for various developments that have public infrastructure that maybe has some needs to help finance the public infrastructure costs. And you can use the increase in the tax revenues, the future tax revenues that may be generated by that development, to help pay for that public infrastructure and to help finance it. And so what I want to do is I want to turn it over to Kylie Palmer, because she is our TIF program manager here at the Cabinet, and have her kind of give a high-level overview of the program, and then we'll take questions after that, if you don't mind.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, good morning.
Unmuted.
Again, I'm Kylie Palmer. I am one of the program managers here at the Cabinet for Economic Development, and I have been working the TIF program for a little over 5 years now. So, just my understanding is we're gonna talk high level about the program. I know Houston said, hold your questions, but if there's a burning question and you need to let me know. But I'm just gonna kind of give you an overview of the program and then we'll talk, afterwards. So, tax increment financing, Houston, I'm sorry, I forgot to ask, did everyone get a fact sheet? I think Terry was gonna, if not, we will make.
Ask Tamara, if you sent to Tamara, she sent everybody everything that was sent to her.
Yes, it's in their packet.
Okay, so
And
we-
it was in their
Okay,
hard copy
perfect.
packet and their online packet.
Okay, so we are gonna reference back to that. It's called Just the Facts Tax Increment Financing Fact Sheet. We'll talk a lot about it, but I'd like it's kind of a handy tool if you do have it there in front of you to reference. Yes. Got our little honeycomb emblem on the top there with Team Kentucky. Okay, so tax increment financing, as we've kind of already talked about, is an economic development tool to use future gains in taxes to finance the current improvements that will create those gains. So, really, what does that mean? A public infrastructure project, such as a road, sewer, or utility, occurs, and then there is an increase in property tax, as well as a potential increase in sales tax or withholding taxes there at the area. This results in that tax revenue. The additional revenue is what we call the tax increment. So we like to give a little example here. We have a vacant land where the property tax value on that land is $10. A development occurs, spurring growth and improvements there, sewer improvements, utilities, a road, maybe a parking garage. All of those additional improvements cause the property tax to go from $10 to $20. We're just going to use easy numbers here. So that additional $10 is what we would call the increment, potential increment that's being generated, the revenue that's being generated there on that site. And then of that, we could talk about that $10 being used to cover some public infrastructure cost improvements there at the project site. I do like to point out that TIF has been used across the U.S. for many years. And in other cases and in other states, there's only one typical, it's usually local TIFs or property, real property only. In Kentucky, we do have others that we'll talk about. So Kentucky's a little unique in the way that they're administering their TIFs. But the main thing to think about, and I'm sure you're all familiar with the Kentucky Business Investment, Katie mentioned the KBI program. When we look at TIF, we look at it as that it will be incentivizing on the front end, where a KBI would be incentivizing on the back end. So we have this vacant, dilapidated area that is not going to cause any type of investment to occur, which is where the TIF can be used to create that improvement, which would then spur the investment and growth on that area. So that's kind of where we like to make sure we differentiate between the two. So if you're going to do a TIF, you're going to incentivize on the front end. If you're going to do a KBI, we'd be incentivizing on the back end with the company. With all of the TIFs, we do work with the local municipalities to establish that. So, does that make sense? Okay. So if you'll flip through to the second page on your fact sheet, it's going to talk about the local development TIFs. Jim mentioned that he's helped establish several local TIFs. And any time that a TIF would come to the state, it would first have to be a local established TIF. We call that the development area. Someone the other day asked how many local TIFs we have in Kentucky. We do not know because we do not monitor, we do not participate in the establishment or the administration of those local TIFs. I can say that there is a little over 30 because that's how many state TIFs we have. So you do have to have a state TIF in order to have a local TIF. I mean, you do have to have a local TIF in order to have that state TIF, but we're going to talk about how you would establish that local TIF. So if you did a local only development area TIF, that top one, the statute provides those details on how you're going to establish those, but the support would come from the local level, and they would provide to the entire development area or just a project by project basis. The taxes eligible for the increment would be up to 100% of incremental property taxes and occupational taxes for a maximum term of 20 years. Local only development areas, the land must previously be an undeveloped tract of land. Maximum size cannot exceed 1,000 acres. And the total amount of the property in a TIF development area cannot exceed 20% of the total assessed value of taxable real property. So this is the local only So if this is the criteria that are being met, this would be a local only. The other one that's mentioned here per statute is the blighted urban redevelopment area. Now, this is the one that may be eligible for state participation as well. Again, so the support can be on the entire project, or it could be on a project by project. The blighted has to have the following. So the area shall be contiguous and a maximum size cannot exceed 3 square miles. The total amount of the property development area, again, cannot exceed the 20% of the total assessed taxable real property. And then the governing body, can be the city or county, shall determine that the development area meets one of the following conditions. And we will kind of talk a little bit about this because I know there's been some conversation about the blighted conditions. So first one is it must meet 2 of the 7 blight deteriorated conditions that are going to be on the next page, and we will go through those, but I want to point that out. It must be a mixed-use development with one of the following conditions. It has to be either located in a university research park, located within 3 miles of a military base that houses, deploys, or employs at least 25,000 military personnel, have a community-wide court decree mandating corrective actions for either the public stormwater or the sanitary. That last one about, I'm pretty sure we're gonna skip that because I don't believe that this would fall within a liberal arts with a 4-lane highway that has closed down. Or must include a 5,000 seat arena as part of the proposed development in the previously undeveloped land. So basically everything that you need to gather from there, if you are looking at doing a state TIF, you're gonna look at that blighted urban, and then you're gonna look at those required conditions there at the far right. So let's flip over to page 3, and we are going to go through those blighted deteriorated conditions. I am going to actually read through those so you make sure and understand exactly what conditions would need to be met. Substantial loss of residential, commercial, or industrial activity or use. 40% or more of the households are low-income households. More than 50% of residential, commercial, or industrial structures are deteriorating or deteriorated. Substantial abandonment of residential, commercial, or industrial structures. Substantial presence of environmental contaminated land. Inadequate public improvements or substantial deterioration in public infrastructures. Or any combination of factors that substantially impairs or arrests the growth and economic development of the city or county, impedes the provision of adequate housing, impedes the development of commercial or industrial property, or adversely affects public health, safety, or general welfare due to the development area's persistent condition and use. So that's a mouthful there, but those are the blighted and deteriorated conditions that we'll talk about a little bit later as they relate to the state TIF program. Okay, questions on that? All right. Once the development area is set and established by the locals and is determined that it would be appropriate to apply for state participation, we do have 3 programs that we offer at the state. We have the real property ad valorem tax revenues, we have the signature projects, and we have the mixed-use redevelopment in blighted urban areas. All of those are also listed out here. They each have their own statute. Anyone that's read statute knows it can be a little bit confusing, so we have broke it down into nice little charts, and we'll just flow through each of those charts. So the first one, real property ad valorem tax revenues, is the mouthful to me, so we're going to say real property. For that one, the minimum capital investment is $10 million, and not more than 20% of the capital investment or finished square footage can be devoted to retail. State taxes that are eligible for increment would be up to 100% of the state real property increment tax revenue could be pledged for the footprint. So we're going to stop here and we're going to talk about 2 things to make sure that they're clear. The example that we did earlier about the $10 in property tax. So if the development occurs and the property tax is now $20, we talked that the new revenue would be the $10. The state can pledge up to 100% of that new revenues. So the state could pledge up to $10 for that project. With most projects that we're seeing, the state participation is quite a bit less than that. Anywhere between 40 to 60 has been our range. So let's just say, for example, the $10 in new revenues, then the state is going to pledge 50% for this project. So therefore, we would give $5 towards the project in an incremental revenue, and we would keep $5. And all of that would be as it was generated. Just keeping it easy math. I don't think it's appropriate to add a bunch of zeros to that. So the TIF has continued to change and evolve since the first TIF that was approved in 2002. So with that being said, the cabinet and the Commonwealth are charged with being more fiscally responsible, which is why you have seen that reduction if you go back and look at TIFs as they've evolved, which is why you've seen some of the earlier ones were getting 80%. Now we're reducing that down quite a bit. The other thing that's mentioned here for the first time, I believe, is footprint. So that word, what that means is the locals are the ones that establish the development area. The state is the one that would establish the footprint. So the development area could be large and the footprint could be smaller. It would never be the other way around. The state would never be larger than what the development area. In some cases, the project is both the same as far as the parameters, but it's just important to note that the locals establish that development area and request what they would like the footprint to be, but the state is the one that would establish that footprint and then would determine any increment that's generated at the state level. Those state increments would only be applied to that footprint. For the real property, you may recover up to 100% of approved public infrastructure costs there at the site, and that is a term of a maximum of 20 years. So that's the real property one. Any questions? Keep going. Okay. The next one that you'll see here in your chart is the signature projects. These are the very large projects that you possibly have heard about. It does say, I want to point out there at the beginning, it says it must be judged to be of such magnitude as to warrant extraordinary public support and represent new economic activity to the Commonwealth and result in net positive impact to the Commonwealth, as certified by an independent outside consultant. So real quick, before we dive into that program, I do want to talk about consultants and what their role would be. So state TIFs require, per statute, that a consultant reports are reviewed by an independent consultant to determine the project's feasibility. That would include financing, appropriateness of the use of the state TIF program, and whether the project represents a net positive impact to the Commonwealth. So net new to the state, let's just kind of dive in on that a little bit. Many times we have discussions about very exciting projects that are worthwhile and are going to be wonderful impacts to local communities. They're going to spur growth. They're going to be a great asset to that area, whether it be city, county, that region. What the consultant report at the state level is required to do is to determine if there's going to be any impact to the state as a whole. So you have this exciting project in your area that's going to have residential, restaurant, retail, just giving you some examples of a possible project. All of these exciting uses will be great for the area and could possibly spur revenue. But two things that you have to look at and consider is that the project going to encourage net new impact to the state. Are the visitors from outside of the state going to visit this project? And is this going to be net new or is it going to be transferred? So we'll meet with a potential project, we'll discuss an opportunity in their area, and it sounds great. It's going to be a great thing, and we certainly encourage growth and investment in the area. But the important thing to look at in any time you're being approached about a project is it going to have an impact at the local level? Because there's a huge hurdle that projects face when they have to determine if it's going to impact the entire state. You talk about going to a restaurant that's going to be located there. You have to think, is that going to bring somebody from outside of the state to come dine at that restaurant? Or were they just going to dine down the street? We will acknowledge the fact that some of our areas of TIF projects are in bordering counties. Franklin obviously is not in a bordering county. So you do have that additional hurdle to keep in mind when you're thinking about that net new and that consultant report. Another thing I want to point out here, so we mentioned that TIFs have changed and evolved. The first state TIF in Kentucky was in 2002. So if you could be kind of tease me for a second and think back 18 years ago about what you were doing, your cities, how your communities were, and how things have changed since then. So myself, I was a sophomore at UK. It's easy to look back at those state TIFs in 2002 and try to compare them to potential TIFs today. We are, again, as I mentioned, trying to be more fiscally responsible and good stewards of this program. So with that in mind, understand that the way that a project was reviewed and approved in 2002 is going to be very different than a potential project that's going to be reviewed and approved today. Okay, just ask to keep that in mind because we have a lot of conversation about Well, back then, so that was, again, 18 years ago, and a lot has changed. I'm working from home today, so. For the signature program. So the minimum capital investment, as I mentioned, this is a magnitude program. For the signature tip, the minimum capital investment is $200 million. Not more than 20% of the capital investment or finished square footage can be devoted to retail. State taxes that are eligible for increment, up to 80% of the state tax revenues can be pledged from the footprint to include real property ad valorem tax, individual income and withholding tax, corporate income tax, limited liability entity tax, and sales tax. I will point out that, again, those are the ones that could be eligible. We have not, in the most recent years, been committing all of those. You may recover up to 100% of the approved public infrastructure costs there on the site, and the maximum term for this project is 30 years. So those are the big ones. All right, the next one that we get a lot of conversation on, it's got its own whole page, is the mixed use redevelopment in blighted urban areas. Many times we just refer to that as the mixed use program. So this must represent a new economic activity in the Commonwealth and result in a net new positive impact. So this one is also going to require that independent outside consultant. Both the signature and the mixed use require that consultant. The real property tax TIF does not require the consultant report. This must also include pedestrian amenities and public spaces. Minimum capital investment for this project is $20 million, but cannot exceed $200 million. It must include at least 2 of the following uses: retail, residential, office, restaurant, or hospitality. And to qualify as a use, it must comprise at least 20% of the total finished square footage or 20% of the total capital investment. If you don't do that, there is another way that you can do it. So you can include 3 of those uses, one of which would include the 20%, and then a combination of the other uses combined would fulfill that 20% requirement. The area cannot include any retail establishment that exceeds a 20,000 square foot finished square footage, and the area must meet at least 3 of those 7 blighted conditions that we talked about earlier to qualify for this state mixed use. So we went through those 7, at least 3 of those would have to meet for the mixed use. State taxes eligible for increment would be up to 80% of the state tax revenues to be pledged. Again, there's the 5 eligible taxes that we could consider. It may recover up to 100% of the approved public infrastructure cost, and the maximum term on this one would be 20 years. So let's go through. Typically when we meet to talk just TIF in general, we spend a lot of time on this last page, which is the process. I think everybody's always interested in knowing how we go through the process. So after the locals establish a local TIF, they establish their local ordinance. They have local agencies submit that TIF application to the state through the Cabinet for Economic Development. There is a $1,000 application fee. We would have an introductory meeting with CED, applicants, other appropriate parties to discuss the project and make sure we have a full understanding. Even now when you're looking through this paper, I think it's helpful to talk through it. Same when we get an application. What we think the application is and the way we're understanding it is sometimes a little bit different. It's nice to have that face-to-face meeting to make sure we're understanding it correctly. So we review the application for completeness and evaluate whether, based solely on the information from the applicant, the project is likely to meet the minimum requirements of the program. In some of our other programs, when we're presenting this project, we have already started to negotiate a potential incentive. With the TIF, it is very different because the way we determine that incentive is based on that consultant report. That's one of the areas of it. So we're basically, when we're presenting this for the first time, if it is a mixed use or a signature, it is based solely on whether we feel that it is appropriate and it meets the qualifications of the TIF program. So there won't be an increment or potential incentive discussed at the beginning. We do present it to KEDFA for preliminary approval. It has a little asterisk there because for the preliminary approval, that is for the mixed use and the signature projects. They do have, see, look, they have two approvals where the real property just has the 1 approval. We would draft an NOA, and that would be signed prior to presenting that project to KEDFA. Upon KEFA's preliminary approval, CED staff will work with Finance and Administration Cabinet and the Office of State Budget Director to develop criteria. We have a methodology meeting to determine what requirements are going to be, if necessary, with that consultant report. And then the consultant would then proceed. So the consultant, we have two on contract right now, both of them out of Chicago. They submit a proposal on how they would evaluate the project, and then one is selected to actually complete the consultant report. Those can take anywhere from 4 to 6 months and can range anywhere from 60 to 90,000. Katie, does that sound right? Okay. I didn't have that written down for some reason. So they can take some time and they can cost some money. So that's something to keep in mind too if you're looking at considering a project that may want to go mixed use or signature. Again, the real property one does not require that. Once that consultant report is completed, it is sent to us in draft form. CED as well as OSBD, Office of State Budget Director, and the Finance and Administration Cabinet staff from both of those parties will review the draft agreement, provide comments and questions. It goes back and it goes through a continual process where we at the state review it, accept the report, it's submitted to the applicant. They would also review it, have time to provide comments and questions. So that's why we say sometimes it can take up to 4 to 6 months or longer on that report. Once that report is finalized and accepted by all parties, being the state and the applicant, the consultants typically come in to Frankfurt and present that report to KEFA in closed session. We recognize there's lots of proprietary information in there, so it is presented in closed session, and basically they're determining if there is a net new that has been met from that project. Once that is presented in closed session, we then begin negotiating what our increment incentive would be. And we can negotiate, per statute, we can negotiate on the lesser of 3. So when you look at a project, you're going to look at the public infrastructure cost, the potential revenues that could be generated, and the net new that is determined from that report. So in most times, the net new is usually the lesser of the 3, but I won't say always. There have been times where something else would be lesser. But so the way, based on statute, the lesser of those 3 would be our starting point to negotiate what percentage of increment up to 80% that we'd be willing to pledge. So there's a lot of extra steps on those 2 programs. We negotiate that, and we would draft a tax incentive agreement. Again, that would have to be signed prior to presenting to KEDFA. It would detail out the footprint, specific taxes, the amounts of increment available, infrastructure expenditures, along with any reporting requirements. All of that is finalized prior to us presenting to KEDFA. There is also another administrative fee, which is the incentive amount that is negotiated. There's a formula there to determine that. It's administrative fees to 1/4 of 1% of the final incentive amount. Then it's presented for final approval. The TIF project will then activate, and the increment can begin to accrue. Additional, some things that we've included in this TIF program, we have what's called the percentage of completion, something that has started in the past couple of years. So again, easy numbers, if we do a 10% or a $10 increment that we've awarded for a project, but we understand that the project is going to be a $100 project. If you only do $50 or 50% of the project, then you would only be eligible for $5 or 50% of that state increment. That's just, everybody can think about a project that some has maybe started and hasn't finished. That's another way to ensure that the project is going to be completed in the way in which it was reviewed by our consultant and approved at the state KEDFA board. So at the very bottom, there's the conversation about the fees. I guess usually how I typically wrap this up, and then we can have any questions that you guys have come up with, have a couple main takeaways that I like to make sure I go over. So not all TIFs in Kentucky are state TIFs. As we mentioned, we know a little over 30 that are the state TIFs that we've approved, but there are many online. We have our state TIFs online, but there are many local TIFs that we just aren't aware of because we don't administer them. We don't have any impact in establishing those, so we just don't know. Somebody says, well, we want to talk to somebody that has a local TIF. The best way we can say is, well, if you look online at the ones that are state, you do know that they at least have a local one established. Local TIFs certainly are great. We encourage them, we support them. They're a wonderful tool to that area that encourages that development that otherwise probably would not occur, and then you would be left with this vacant, dilapidated area. It's a great tool to spur that growth. Participating in a TIF can limit companies to participate in other incentive programs. So we talked early on about how TIF is on the front end. If we understand that a project is going to have a TIF that possibly may have some office space, then they would not be eligible to participate in our state KPI, because that we've already incentivized, we've helped on the front end to get that area where we wouldn't be able to double dip and incentivize and participate on the back end as well. So that's always something to take into consideration when you're looking through a potential project. And then they take time, energy, and resources. We are always here to help and discuss exciting opportunities, but sometimes at the end of the day, a project is, again, a great local TIF, but maybe not the best suited for a state TIF, or maybe not in the way that you were originally thinking. We have had conversations where we came in and they thought mixed use was the best route, when we can have conversations and say, if we can maybe participate at a real property tax, and then you could look at doing some other avenues. Jim mentioned TDA. Some of our times we've had conversations, and then the best route would for them to go the tourism route, or have a participation with the property, but then be able to incentivize on the back end with the KBI or something. So there's a lot of information that was thrown at you. I feel like I've just talked to myself. So any questions?
Hold on, Kylie and Katie. I'm going to turn back to Mr. Parsons and let him explain his role, what his role would be in this process and developing this process for our community, because that's really why we're here. We appreciate your explanation of TIF itself, and it's very informative. And so we're going to go with Mr. Parsons, and then I'll open it up for questions for Katie, Kylie, and Mr. Parsons. Mr. Parsons, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks, Kylie, for that overview of primarily the state programs and how they work. One thing I'd like to explain a little bit, if I could, is that there are actually two distinct TIF programs under the statute. One is the local TIF program, which can provide a certain level of incentive to projects. The other one is, once you create a local TIF, it has to be a development area. There's another type of TIF for simply undeveloped land that would never qualify for state participation. But we're not talking about that today, and I won't go over that. But in any event, once you create the development area TIF district, if you have a project, then within the TIF district that qualifies under one of the three programs that Kylie mentioned, then the local government can apply to the state. And actually, it is the local agency is the applicant to the state, not the developer. And the contracts with the state would be between the local agency and the state and KIPA at this point for that. The other issue is just a little information about the fact that the state, when it reviews a project, you have a lot of aspects of a specific project, a lot of different costs associated with it. Wanted to make you aware that the state revenues, when they're involved with a project, they really can only primarily, there's a little few exceptions, but they are primarily used to reimburse what we call public infrastructure costs. They're ultimately decided by KIPA or the staff when they're reviewing these programs, and so they're going to be available to reimburse things like parking, street improvements, utilities, site development costs that might fit within the infrastructure category there. So that's what the state can do. The local revenues actually can be used much, much broader than that. So when you have a program, local revenues actually can reimburse any project costs or any and even some soft cost and even service costs related to a project. For instance, it's not usual that these are used that way, but say you had a particular project and that required some additional services that might be needed from the local government for that specific area. Technically, the local revenues can even pay for those services. So they can be used much more broadly. Sometimes I like to, when we're putting together a project and thinking about it, you have certain buckets of money that can be used for certain things, whereas when the state program can be used for very defined issues, you might look at the local revenues as kind of like the filler or the grout or something, to can fill in some of the things in a project financing that cannot be financed with the state. The other issue is how the increment can be used from the state and local government. The increment can be used to, one, reimburse costs over time. So as the increment is generated, you can use that increment to reimburse a developer or reimburse the local government, whoever paid for the cost over time as the increment is generated. There is another potential that the increment can actually be used to support increment bonds that are special obligations of the local government that are issuing them, that are supported by the increment flow. So for instance, you wanted to finance a garage or something like that, you could actually issue debt at the front end and then pledge that increment over time to pay for that. Now there's a whole process to go through there. I will tell you that those bonds can be issued without a pledge of the good full faith and credit of the local government issuing. They could be what we call bare TIF bonds there. My role so I just wanted to give you a kind of a little overview. The other thing is I want to make it very clear that when you're creating a local, my role, quite frankly, working with the city and or the county, if the county participates here, would ultimately be working with you to do two things. One, to properly establish the TIF district and pledge whatever revenues you're interested in for specific purposes. But also my role would be to represent the city and or county in the development, putting together with any negotiations you would have with the developer on a specific project there. So I would, in a sense, be working with the local attorneys, the city attorney, the county attorney, and primarily I would be working with the entities to actually negotiate on your behalf the TIF agreements with a specific developer. And that would be my primary role in that. And then as we move forward, if you have a project that would be eligible for a state participation, then I would work with the local agency and the local governments to negotiate whatever would be involved with at the state level up to the final establishment of the incentive agreements with the state. And that's kind of what my role would be. It would be actually be your attorney representing your behalf and working with the county attorney and city attorney to be sure you're getting the best deal. While I would be help reviewing what the developer is saying, some of their what their needs are. We probably look at some models to determine what is a reasonable incentive, and we would be working somewhat in that area. The other thing I might want to make clear, when you're creating a local TIF district, a local TIF, there are certain, all special taxing districts, except for school districts or fire districts, they cannot participate at all. So their revenues are not even considered. But for instance, the city and county can each pledge up to 100% of its occupational taxes and real estate taxes. Your special districts can participate if they choose to do so. I'm talking about library extension, some of those districts. But any particular taxing district that decides to participate must affirmatively approve. So for instance, the city can't create a TIF district and pledge the library district's taxes. The library board would have to affirmatively vote and be a party to those agreements. The other thing is, just for your information, the pledges from each taxing district don't have to be the same. So, for instance, I do a lot of local work, and the city and county often maybe have a higher pledge, but sometimes the special districts, if they choose to participate, they're not as involved with economic development as the city or county So their pledge may be for a less percentage than maybe the same as the city or county might be willing to do. But they often are, most of the time they're less, simply because they want to participate. It could be good for them to do so. But on the other hand, they're not as directly involved with economic development, and maybe don't see they have as a bigger role in that as the city or county may have. So that's kind of an overview relative to the findings and things like that Katie mentioned. I'm sorry, Kylie mentioned. Most of those are most of those are, even though we have to meet the statute, we have to have specific findings to show that those are, but most of those areas, most of those findings can fairly easily be met because the statute isn't a true blight type thing. There's a few other statutes that are outside of the TIF area that are, where you have to have very defined concepts of blight. The TIF statute has some general deals. Now you have to find them, but they're not that difficult to find and put together the information that might be necessary to support that situation. What we would kind of do on these particular situations in the event, you know, the county wants to move forward is, I would give a pretty good idea of working with the city and county about the overall project, what you may be willing to do. We would model what the developer's saying, and then we would kind of put together, there's another document we would do. We would actually recommend that you have a firm development agreement with the developer, which actually basically says, developer, we're willing to do this. We're willing to create the TIF district. We're willing to pledge this amount of revenue to this project. But on the other hand, these are your obligations to perform. And so it's relative to that. So that development agreement is actually, it's not technically a TIF document, as to say. It's not one of the statutory documents, but it is something that kind of basically tells the developer and the city and county that we're willing to move forward with you, but we are willing to move forward under these conditions. And this is what the project is. This is what our approval rights are going to be relative to that project. This is what we kind of expect the developer to do. Kylie mentioned a lot of the costs for the state program. Most of these programs move forward, even though the agency is technically responsible for paying these costs. Almost all of them I've been involved with. The local governments have a side deal with the developer that any out-of-pocket cost associated with these deals are going to be paid for by the developer, because they can be fairly expensive and things. So it really, but that's an issue of the local government. There's been a few of them I've dealt with, for instance, where the local government decided the project was important enough that it was willing to front the administrative cost associated with getting state approval. But that's really up to the local governments and the developer working together who's going to pay those costs. But I do think that is a pretty important issue to resolve at the front end. That's kind of an overview, but I wanted to make it clear because I saw some emails earlier about school districts and things like that. School districts cannot participate at all, and fire districts can't participate. And so they're really not on the table. They will get the benefit of any increment that's generated, so it won't have any impact. The other issue is just to kind of explain, TIF is not a restriction on property. It's not a zoning deal, so it doesn't have any impact on how property is used or utilized or whatever. It also doesn't, except for an exception we'll probably want to talk about there, that it doesn't increase any taxes. Basically, the way the TIF process works is after the taxes are paid on an annual basis, whatever the local governments might have pledged to the TIF district is then set aside, or there's a process, and those funds are held in a special fund to be used in accordance with how the agreements are set up relative to that. So there is a potential for a special payroll tax within the TIF district, but in most communities where you have most developing communities or larger communities like Frankfurt, there's no need to do that, and it's probably not that effective. It really works better when you have that particular program of a special rate within the TIF district. Normally works better when you have a very low payroll tax rate, and so it doesn't really work that well in some of these more development communities. But that's kind of an overview. I just want to make you clear that there are two different programs. You have to have you have to create the TIF locally to have any pledge of TIF revenues, but only those projects that are eligible for the state can go forward. And again, as Kylie mentioned, at least forward to the state for requesting state participation. As Kylie mentioned, well, I just lost my train of thought there, so I'll stop at that point. So give you a kind of an overview of what my role would be, and then also kind of like the local process we would be going through.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the plant board if you could, let me see the faces of the magistrates. I've got 3 on here, and if I could get the faces of the other 3, that way I can call on them as we go into questions for, and they can, if I could do that. Abby, if you're listening, can you switch?
She can't help you with that, Judge. You're going to either need to choose view active cameras or view everyone.
Okay. I'll do my best right here to get this going. So if you would just, here's probably the best way to go. Let's start and go around as we would look at the table in our work session. I'll start with Squire Muller, and then Squire, if you would ask your questions to Katie, Kylie, and Mr. Parsons, or any of those 3. Then we'll go next to Squire Sebastian, and then Squire Tracy, and move around, and Squire Booth, you'll be the last. Okay? So, because of the way this is set up, Squire Muller.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, everybody, for your presentations this morning. First question is from Mr. Parsons. In your experience in the TIF program, have you ever recommended to a local government to not pursue a TIF?
Yes. A lot of times you may have, what I usually do is, especially when I'm working with a developer and sometimes with local government, we'll kind of model what program works best. And as I indicated, that TIF is not the only incentive tool out there available for development. It could be there is another program that I do a lot of work in, industrial revenue bonds. So we would really kind of look at a couple things on there. First of all, what programs are available? TIF is one of them. We'd also look at, we kind of model from a local standpoint and or state, what kind of revenue stream might be available. We also might look at the specific project that we're talking about. And is it a project that's worthy of consideration? What's the size of the project? What's the scope of it? Does it make a lot of sense to do this? How is this and things? So based upon those factors, it may be that TIF may not be the right project. It may be that the project itself may not be worthy of incentive there. So yes, I mean, there have been times with that's occurred. You also have to look at, what the developer is committed to do, and as the overall financing comes together, how realistic is the project, for instance? So in those situations, those are the factors you will want to consider. How well does the project fit within your overall development plans? And so those are some of the factors to look at. But there are other programs you may want to look at on anything. There's the TIF and IRBs are the primarily local incentives that can work for a project. But there could be other things. Whether a project fits within an opportunity zone may be a benefit to it, and there may be some other ways. What is the overall capital stack? How's that going to work? So those are some of the factors you want to take a look at. The other issue, for instance, if you put together a local TIF and then you had a project that might meet the capital requirements at the state level, but that didn't have a lot of approved public infrastructure costs, then there'd be no reason to apply to the state for requesting public infrastructure costs, because the state's only going to reimburse you for those costs. So that's an example. There could be a project that has the capital investment, but maybe not have the infrastructure cost to even give you reimbursed. So that's an example where you may have a local incentive and not have a state incentive to go along with it.
Okay, thank you. Then one other quick one, because you said earlier, you know, obviously you'd be working for the county and the city representing us. And I know this is a small niche area, but have you ever worked directly with Commonwealth Economics, you know, on projects?
I have worked with Commonwealth Economics on projects on different areas. A lot of times, they are often involved representing the local government or the developer there. So I've worked with them on a number of projects. I've never worked with, in fact, I'm working with them now on different projects there where they're representing either the developer and or the local government. I've never worked with this particular developer.
Okay, thank you. And then either Katie or Kaylee, just real quick, what do you think the percentage of amount approved for state TIFs versus what the applicants seek are? You know, is there any kind of guidelines there you all could throw at us?
That's a really good question. It's a difficult one to answer. This is Kate. I will say a lot of times the applicants come in with a lot higher number than what the incentive is that's typically approved. Again, our consultant has to look at that net new, so we can try to remove any transfer spending. It's kind of like, you know, as Kylie was mentioning, we don't want to give away the revenue that we were already going to get. For example, somebody that was going to eat at Serafini's is not going to eat at Serafini's here in Frankfurt. They're now going to go to your new restaurant. That revenue was already going to be here. So that's the part that is difficult to calculate, I think. And so, I mean, we do have a listing of all of the TIFs and the investments and the approved incentive amounts on our website that we're happy to share with you all if you want to see, so you can kind of see and possibly see kind of the ratio of what you may expect. And again, with the real property TIF program, again, we're only pledging the one tax, which is property taxes, so those are much lower incentive amounts than you see for the signature and mixed use projects.
Okay,
Okay.
also,
Okay.
sorry, a lot of times on the application, what they're requesting is the full public infrastructure cost. So when I said we look at the lesser of the three, even if the PI cost was going to be $100, but the net new was only going to be $10, that would have a huge impact on what they requested versus what we were able to negotiate. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. All right, thank you, Nate. I'm going to turn it over to Squire Booth.
No,
Squire's back.
Pat is next. Thank you.
First, I want to say very much thank you all for participating. I think there is quite a bit of question out in our community about what truly is a TIF. So I had asked for you to join us today, so I appreciate you all being on this to help educate everyone about this process, as well as us. So I'm probably going to have several, and Squire Muller's already asked some of the ones that I was going to have. And Mr. Parsons also had already talked a little bit about the special taxing districts. So I'm not exactly sure who wants to dive in and respond to these. So I'm going to make it a free-for-all, just like a jump ball. Everybody go for it, and we'll see where it lands. So all of you have knowledge and experience, you know, and you've demonstrated that today. So I'm hopeful that we will draw on that as we go through these questions. So Mr. Parsons touched a little bit about this in some of his general overview. Do we think that a TIF is truly necessary for this project? Because I noticed in the RFB, there were a variety of funding options that were listed in that RFB. Conventional, traditional funding, taxable bond fundings, tax credits. You also mentioned some of the other programs, tourism incentives, et cetera, that are available. So the remaining portion of the RFP was redacted, so we couldn't really see kind of what the response was. So why would someone go with the host of options that is available for a project like this? Why is the TIF the one that's being put forward over the others at this point?
This Jim Parsons, if I could answer some of those questions relative to that. And again, I haven't got too involved at this point in the overall development itself in the project. I haven't reviewed all their pro formas or anything like that. I will tell you, though, on a general basis, that, and because we represent, our firm represents a lot of development and does a lot of urban development relative to that. Normally, in projects, downtown projects are expensive. Redevelopment projects are expensive. There's a lot of work that has to be done relative to them there. And in projects specifically that require special parking or parking issue, especially structured parking, I don't think you'll find too many of those projects move forward anywhere that don't have some type of incentive, whether it be TIF or some other type of tax incentive to help cover that issue. The structured parking costs are usually such, and this is true across the country, not just in Frankfurt. Projects that require structured parking very, very likely are going to require some type of incentive, whether it be TIF, IRB financing, or some other program to do it. I think the reason that TIF is on the table right now is that's one of the, as far as Kentucky goes, that's one of the potential revenue sources that could be utilized and there where you're capturing a portion of the taxes to cover that particular cost there. And so I think you're going to, even if you look at the projects in Lexington or Louisville or anywhere, even some of them as I'm involved with representing the city in Moorhead, for instance, it's the structured parking that usually causes the issue, and that significant urban development costs that might be more than just doing greenfield development where you're using surface parking. And hopefully that answered your question.
You did, thank you. That gives me a little insight as to why, typically there's a reason you choose one method over another and you put that forth. So that helps in this instance.
You have another question? Is that the end of your questions? Scar Sebastian?
Again, just kind of drawing on your knowledge and experience, can you elaborate on why a developer would choose TIF? Again, with your knowledge and experience, can you elaborate on why a developer would choose TIF over, I'm sorry, if the developer doesn't get the full amount of the TIF being requested by the state and the local governments that the developer's coming in, typically do projects like this move forward if the developer doesn't get everything that they're asking for from both the local where it has to start, and then if it
I don't want to downplay the need here from the developer standpoint, but I think it's likely that the developer will not get everything he's requesting there for these projects. And so ultimately what happens is that the developer will, and I'm not downplaying the importance of what the developer is saying either here. I mean, what happens normally on these particular projects, you put together, the developer puts together a pro forma or a capital stack for the project. And then in that case, the local governments and or the state will ultimately review these projects to determine what level of incentive they're doing, what's reasonable, how important is this project to the local government and things. And so once that that level of incentive is then determined, and that's, as Kylie mentioned, that's at the front end of these projects. Then ultimately, once that's determined, and once the developer knows that they have a certain level of incentive, maybe not what they asked for, but they have a certain level of incentive, then they can then go out and start putting together the remainder of the capital stack. For instance, they may have to figure out, can they get more lender financing? Are there ways to strengthen that? Are there other programs that might be available? Equity, I mean, they may have to put in more equity for a project. So just because a developer doesn't get everything they ask for doesn't mean a project doesn't happen. Sometimes it does. If the developer can't get enough of local and or state incentives, sometimes you have to look at what's realistic and what's needed. And sometimes, because it's two different things, it's not just from a developer standpoint, it's not just whether the developer can meet its costs in doing a project. The developer is ultimately making a decision to invest in your particular community or using its available resources from equity to invest. They're looking at a number of things. One, is the project economically sound? What is the actual return on investment? So it's not just ability to pay the bills when they come in, but what return on investment are they really going to get on this project? And if the return on investment with some type of incentive doesn't meet their ultimate investment strategy, quite frankly, as an investor in a project, well, they may not be able to get the equity needed. So it's more than just paying the bills. You've got to be sure that the project makes good market sense and also meets the developer's return on investment when they're deciding where they're going to employ their equity. Whether is it going to be in Frankfurt, or is it going to be on another project where they may not have as much risk involved in things. So that's kind of the way these deals go. From a local government standpoint, the one thing I didn't mention, I apologize for that, is that when you're pledging TIF revenues,
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make you aware that the revenues that you'd be pledging from a TIF standpoint are payroll, occupational taxes, and real estate taxes. It has no impact on other taxes you'd be generating, whether the local governments have personal property taxes, tangible taxes, insurance premium taxes, transfer taxes if they're applicable, things like that. So there may be other special revenues or whatever that might be generated that have no impact, and those revenues will totally flow to the local governments regardless of what you do from a TIF standpoint.
All right, thank you. Squire Sebastian, you want to continue on? You have any more?
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you. So, given your knowledge and your experience again in working on these for local governments, can you talk a little bit about some of the processes or clauses that would be included in these agreements that limit the risk for local governments on TIF projects? Because, we are looking at these as, this is a long-term snapshot. It's 20 plus years that we're binding revenues that you just discussed and setting those aside for our community. And our community is very unique in the situation that we have here about occupational tax. We don't get a lot of property tax. We don't get any for state government owned buildings. So we're already, in some instances, we have a lot of challenges that are stacked up against us. So, I'm always looking, as everyone is, to limit the exposure and the risk. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I can. In fact, a couple things that we would normally do, and I don't want to give all my tools because the developer's probably on the line here too. But quite frankly, I mentioned earlier the cost. I mean, who's covering these special costs for the application cost? Who's covering those costs? Is it the local government or the developer? So in a lot of these programs, we have very clear provisions that any out-of-pocket costs will be paid for by the developer, even though the local government may be the applicant. It's very common to have some provisions in there about what the project is and the capital investment that's going to be made, and that any changes or substantial changes in the project as built versus what you have at the front end. A lot of times in these development agreements, there are some rights of the local governments to review and approve changes, so that you might incentivize a project at the front end based upon the developer representations of what that project is, but you also want to be sure that that project looks fairly similar at the back end once the project's done. We often will have requirements that the developer and the local government meet on a regular basis to talk about the project, not only just the positive things. A lot of times everybody wants to talk about the positive, but you also need to know what the negative aspects are. What things are impacting this project, and how the parties can work together. In the event that you'd be willing to issue increment bonds for, I mentioned before, how the increment's used, we can be very clearly indicate that in the event increment bonds may be issued to pay for a part of the cost, that none of those bonds will be based upon the pledge of the full faith and credit of the local government. That's if you choose to do that. Now, there are some times where a project might be so important to the local government that you're willing to assume some of that risk. But that assumption of risk should be, based upon very good understanding. I'll give you an example of that, and I'm not even suggesting that you take on any risk at all, because these can be done without any risk to the local government, except that you're pledging the revenues that might be generated. So that's all you're doing is pledge. If the developer does this and the developer creates this increment, then that's what we're pledging. We're not part of the development. We're not part of the overall financing, except in the area of potentially issuing some bonds that are non-recourse back against the local government. So that can all be structured. There may be opportunities depending upon the importance of the project and what's actually being financed. You may make a decision that, well, this is important enough that we're willing to do something more. And in that case, that would be totally up to the local government. The best example of that from a TIF standpoint has been in Bowling Green, when that baseball stadium was financed and things. That's an example where the city felt that project was so important that for the baseball stadium itself, which was publicly owned, that they actually issued debt for that, and they took on some risk that they chose to do that. Though it wasn't just because they felt the project was so important. So those are some of the things. There are other things we can do in the agreement to make it very clear that you're willing to do these things. There are some provisions often in the documents we do for Lexington where the local approval is given and the local TIF pledge is given, but there may be a condition there that it only comes into effect if the project is later approved for state participation and that state incentive agreement is in place. So that's very common in some of the documents, so that you're basically the local government saying, yeah, we're willing to participate, but we want the state to participate too. And if the state doesn't, then our pledge goes away. So those are some examples of what we can do. And each project is unique, and we would have to determine what works best. You don't want to put too many restrictions on a project that it can't get done. But on the other hand, you want to do certain things that you're adequately reviewing this, because you are actually giving up tax revenue you'd otherwise have had.
So let me interject here. If we could keep our question and answers as brief as possible, because we've got a long ways to go and we're still on item 1 on the agenda. So if we could keep our questions and answers as brief as possible and some answers, it would be very helpful. Squire Sebastian, you may continue.
All right, thank you. Can you talk to us about, would an agreement typically include some kind of language that would suspend the local TIF if it's not developed like it's described as we start out, through the loan process? Because you've described it as kind of a lengthy process. Again, I'm getting back to the risk part.
It can be. It depends upon the circumstances we operate under. One of the things that happens is to just be aware of the fact that most of these agreements are set up that the developer is obligated to do certain things, and they have certain approval rights relative to that. In the event you issue increment bonds on these projects and there's debt outstanding supported by those increment revenues, then you are limited on your right under statute to suspend payment to these projects. The state's the same way. The state has termination rights of its agreements, and it's very common. I know what they're going to be. I don't necessarily like some of their provisions, but in any event, even the state has limitations on suspending payments when there's actually debt that's been issued, supported by those revenues. So just be aware of that. Once those are done, you have some limitations on that.
This is Katie. Yes. Do you know, keep in mind, these are your agreements that you all get to negotiate and include whatever requirements you want to include. And I know some of the requirements Jim doesn't care a lot about, but one of them is our performance-based incentive is that we want to make sure that the entire project is built. We don't want to give incentives based on $100 million project if only 50% of it's completed, because we were basing that projected incentive amount on the full amount. So you could build in also kind of like what we call a percentage of completion, that if they don't build all of it, they don't receive all of it. This is your all's agreement that you get to negotiate.
One caution I would have on some of those conditions, if I could, is every condition you put on a project, it may be very reasonable. But when a lender is coming in to review how likely those revenues are to ultimately be available to support the project, every one of those conditions are going to be a factor in how the lender is going to look at this project too. So I'm not saying don't have conditions. Don't get me wrong. In fact, I am going to recommend conditions that you want to, that are very reasonable, that are needed. But some of the more difficult conditions and some of those more, there's an impact the flow of TIF revenues and things like that. They ultimately, there's a cost to that too. And the cost may be that lenders may not be, feel that revenue source is that good for purposes of modeling their overall impact, their decision on the project.
Okay, thanks. And where I was kind of, that was toward a completion bond, that kind of thing. So you all have kind of, helped out with that. I will, let's see.
Bar Tracy's name.
Okay, I still have a few more, Judge. But I want to save the opportunity. You may want to hold me till last every time, just going forward on these question things. Okay. So can you elaborate on some of the factors that have, and Jim, Mr. Parsons, this is really toward you, that may have extended like a legal retainer for a TIF project, because you've worked with a number, worked with the Hot Rod Stadium in Bowling Green. I know there have been some issues in Lexington. I know there have been some issues with the Yum Center bonds. I mean, can you talk with us just a little bit about how that works?
When you talk about, I don't understand about the retainer or whatever at this point, or what if you could explain, I can kind of talk a little bit about how some of these things came about, if you would, but I didn't quite understand.
It's okay. I'm not really driving at that. What I'm driving at is a lot of these projects because right now we're engaging you for a specific activity. Okay.
That's right.
And believe me, I am very appreciative of your thoroughness with us today in your responses. However, sometimes everything doesn't go as planned. Just like if you're building a house, a lot of times there are contract modifications that come up that would extend the life of the project. So I'm just kind of looking at how things happen in that regard, if we need to extend your relationship with the city and the county going forward, outside of the initial things you've described that you would be enjoined with us for.
Yeah, and what we would actually do is we have a specific engagement that you're familiar with that I have provided to the city and county. That actually is a capped fee on it too, because when I do work for local governments, I often give a reduced rate. And also I very commonly cap the fee based upon what I think the project's going to involve. In the event that this moved forward, or say there ultimately was a dispute, even after the fact, all the approvals were in place, but then there was a dispute with the developer. And in that circumstance, then what we would need to do is come back and we would negotiate some additional involvement that I may have or someone else may have to actually represent your interest relative to that. And that is possible. It's not real common that's required. There may be even some, as we move forward, there may be some ongoing work, not only for this TIF project, but it could be as a TIF consultant moving forward. For instance, in Lexington, I had an original engagement, but now I'm just, anytime a new project comes up, they just refer it on to me. And I do a lot of their review of their documents and things like that. And so I'm just an ongoing consultant to the city of Lexington on their particular programs.
Okay, Squire Sebastian.
Okay, so even though I have more questions, I'm gonna go ahead and let the other magistrates ask theirs, and if they ask the questions I have jotted down, that's great, I'll get to them at the end. If not, how about that?
I like it. Squire Tracy.
Good morning, and I too would like to thank the three of you all for taking time out of your day to participate in today's meeting with helping to educate the court and the residents of Franklin County about tax increment financing, TIF. So, Mr. Parsons, first, this question's for you. You mentioned identifying commitments made by the developer. Would you touch on that? And the reason I ask is we are all aware of commitments that have been made by them.
Well, what I was meaning on that is that as we're reviewing a project at the front end, again, a lot of these incentives are being put in place before a lot of the financing has already come together. A lot of this is kind of pro forma based, or at least projections based upon what might happen. The actual financing of a project often happens after all these things are put in place. So what we would probably want to do is have some discussion with the developer about their potential financing, about what commitments they might have, and how likely is this project to move forward with certain level of incentives. Some of those things, as much as we can, I'd like to get as much detail about the project as the developer has at the front end, so you know how realistic the project is. One of the things that's helpful to know is what experience does this developer have with this type of development? What examples of other projects this developer may have had, how successful they are, and things. So that's the type of stuff. You're not going to get the detailed information, but you should be able to get a project pro forma at least about how they see the project moving forward, how they're going to finance some of these things, and then give some good information as to their background and ability to make sure, because this is a partnership with the developer, and so you want to be sure that the partner you're dealing with has a good track record, has a good understanding of development, and has the ability to get the project done in the event you decide to move forward.
Okay, thank you. My next question is for you as well. On the Kentucky League of Cities website, in regards to TIF, they mentioned the but-for test. Can you explain that test? Yeah,
the but-for test is, and again, the but-for test doesn't work quite the same way in the TIF area as it does in some of the other incentive programs. And there are certain incentive programs that the state has that if you've essentially started the project before you get preliminary approval, you may simply be ineligible for the incentive at all. But what they're really talking about is, and this is true of probably any incentive, is if you think about this, if the project has already started or will go forward without your incentive, then why would you give an incentive for it? I mean, hate to say it that way. If the project doesn't need the incentive, don't give an incentive just because it may be eligible. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So that's the concept. That's why I would, as part of our process, we would want to meet with the developer to see how realistic the need for incentive is. Now, I've already mentioned earlier that a project with structured parking, I don't see it happening without some type of incentive. And that's true nationally, but I think that's kind of what we're talking about. Now, for instance, the state has certain rules that are very more statutory, and there, for instance, when they go forward with, say we're reviewing, asking them to do, reimburse public infrastructure costs, they may approve a project for state approval, but they won't allow you to recover with state revenues any capital cost that was incurred before their preliminary approval. So it might be certain parts of the project might still be eligible for state approval and state reimbursement, but capital costs that might be have incurred before that preliminary approval is not going to be eligible. They'll have to look for other sources to pay for that. So that's an example of the but for, and it's not specifically referenced in the TIF statutes as like some of the other state incentive programs are, but the whole concept is you're given the incentive. This project won't happen but for the grant of the incentives, and therefore that should be the analysis used.
Hey, this is Katie again. We look at it as the incentive is necessary for the project to move forward in its current state. If it didn't get, it may be a smaller project, it may move forward, but it may not be at the capacity that it is with the incentive.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Parsons, my next question is, have you been a part of a project where tax receipts wasn't what was anticipated? If so, can you tell us about it?
Most of them are I guess in a sense, a number of projects, the revenues don't come in exactly as projected. That's particularly true of these development projects that might take time to build over time. So that, so what you would really do at that point is remember we're proving these things at the front end. So what you would want to do before you would issue any debt or anything, you'd want to have a pretty good model. You'd have a really good understanding of what the project is, what the developer schedule is, things like that. The other aspect about it, because a lot of times these revenues don't come in as exactly projected in the same time frame. They might ultimately come in, but they may not come in during the time frame that you might need. That's where you would put some provisions in there that in the event you do, you're only pledging the revenues as generated. You're not assuming the risk or the shortfall in those revenues, so that risk falls on the developer and not on the local government or there. So that's how I would deal with that. But it's not uncommon for the projects to take longer to build and not generate the level of increment, at least in the short term. And so you'd have to plan for who's going to bear that risk for them when those revenues don't come in.
How often has extensions, I guess, been requested in regards to those projects?
I think it's
from a 20-year commitment to a 30-year commitment.
Well, it may not necessarily be a commitment change from 20 to 30 years. It may be that when you create a TIF district, say you agree to pledge revenues for 20 years, and that's you can actually pledge your local revenues for 30 years. I mean, in that case. But say you decided to pledge your revenues for 20 years. First of all, once you create the TIF district, you actually have a 4-year window to activate the TIF. So there's a 4-year window for the developer to build the project, put all the planning together, get it ready to go, and then the TIF increment go into effect 4 years after you create the TIF district. And so the pledge starts the year of activation, not at the beginning of the TIF was created. There have been times when we may have done some amendments because the project didn't, took more time to put together and it didn't get done within that 4 years. There have been some examples where we've actually extended the date of the local participation agreement to not extend a 20-year term, but to extend the activation date so that you had more than, there are some things you can do to even get a longer window than the 4 years. There's, even under the 2007 state TIF programs that were done, there were actually specific statutes that were adopted that allowed those 2007 signature TIF programs to actually have a 10-year window for state activation. So that's some of the examples. There may be times that that's necessary.
Let me chime in here, Jim, please, if you don't mind, because that's not the way that the statute reads now. It is the 4-year window. And I do want to point out that the project has to have their minimum capital investment achieved by that activation date, which is to be at the latest 4 years from final approval. So as Callie mentioned, for the real property, it's $10 million investment. For the mixed use, it's a $20 million investment. For signature, it's $200 million. If they don't have that minimum investment achieved by the activation date, the incentive agreement and the increment, it automatically terminates based on the statute. And we set the activation date 2 years out. We can extend it to that 4-year date, but that term, once activation hits, that 20-year, 30-year term, whatever it may be, we cannot change that by statute.
Yeah, the local, I was referring to the state local programs on that, relative to that, but Katie's correct. On the state level, they have more specific statutes in effect that limit the ability to do certain things. There are some abilities you have more at the local level in your dealings with the developer than, but you'd have to take those considerations what the state programs are too.
Okay, thank
Does
you.
he get more?
Yeah, I've got some for the state, for Kylie or Katie. You all mentioned the state website with your projects that you all participate in. There's about 35 listed. About 15 of those are eligible, about 15 aren't eligible to claim. Can you explain that?
Eligible to claim means they've already activated and they've met their minimum capital investment. The ones that have not met the activation date or the minimum capital investment are the ones that are not eligible to claim yet.
Okay, and of those eligible to claim, how many received extensions or were there extensions granted?
If you're referring to extensions of the activation date, because that's
Where it says eligible to claim, and that's why I'm asking you to explain what all that's about.
okay. Well, the only way that they could have had any kind of an extension is what I was talking about previously. Is when you get final approval, we set that activation date and we can only extend that out. We cannot, once you activate, there have been projects that if they activate, say in 2010, and they don't meet the minimum capital investment until 2015, they can truly go back that 5 years to the activation date at that point in time and claim the increment. But keep in mind, if your project hasn't developed, there's probably not much tax revenue there to be claimed.
And this project is a little bit different. Oh, sorry. This program doesn't break it out increment wise per year. So if it's a 10-year, we wouldn't take that $10 and put it $1 for each year. So you could have a year where you didn't. I know some programs they break it out per year. The TIF program is not that way. So you could have a year where a large amount of revenue was generated. We've had programs that have received all of their increment prior to the term as well.
Okay, thank you. One more and I'm not sure if you all are aware of the bid package or not, but throughout the invitation for bid, it's quoted that the Commonwealth will not provide any monetary assistance with regard to parcels B, block, and or C block. Do you know if that's still the stance?
We've not seen the bid package, but most of the time what that means is that the Commonwealth will not provide any cash money, kind of like in the budget, a specific budgetary allocation for the project.
Okay. And then last question, for now, it's been touched on public infrastructure and the garage has been touched on numerous times. There is a requirement for a 300 space covered parking space garage on parcel B. Half of that garage is committed to the hotel. So 300 spaces, half of that is committed. Is that half committed? Is that still considered public parking or public structure?
No, what we do is we would take the cost of the parking garage, and if 50% of the parking garage has reserved spaces that have been pledged to, like in this instance, a hotel, then we would say only 50% of that garage would be eligible for eligible public infrastructure under our project.
Okay, thank you. Judge, I'm done for now.
Okay, thank you, Squire Tracy. Squire Moore. You have to unmute, Squire Moore.
There, where we go. Yeah, one thing I want to clear up, I think Jim answered this, but I just want to make sure, the consultant research that Kaylee talked about out of Chicago, the developer pays for that?
Well, we send an invoice to the applicant, which in this instance would be the local government, but most of the time, the applicants and local governments that we work with send that bill to the developer and have the developer pay it.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And with that, we request that in escrow, so we would receive the full payment of what the consultant has anticipated it costing, and we would receive that and put it in escrow here at the state before any of the consultant report would begin.
Okay, thanks.
Do you have another question, Squire?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Squire Blackburn. Squire Blackburn.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. I apologize. I lost contact with you while Squire Tracy was asking questions, so I don't know if he asked this question or not. A lot of my questions have already been answered. This would be for the state, folks, and thanks for being here today, guys. Really appreciate it. In order for it to be considered for state participation, it'd have to have a net positive impact. And I know we can't use like residual visitors from Buffalo Trace, that kind of thing. It'd have to be something that brought folks to this area. So I'm wondering, can we, how would the consultant calculate that net positive and put it towards the state for them to consider it for a participation?
Well, and funny you mentioned Buffalo Trace. Buffalo Trace is not part of the development area, so it's got to be something that's in that development area that's drawing people to that location. So that we do run into that with a lot of projects. We don't have a lot of information. We have limited information on the project, and I know through some of my discussions, I had said, from the state participation standpoint at this point for the project, it would probably be the real property TIF program that would qualify, because we just can't see how there's going to be much net new, because it's going to be a lot of transfer spending. There's nothing that's going to be there drawing people from outside of the Commonwealth to come to your location here in downtown Frankfort, and it's not going to stop people. There's nothing there that normally where Kentucky citizens are leaving the Commonwealth to try to attend conferences or concerts or things to get them to come back to this location.
Squire Blackburn. Squire Blackburn.
He's talking, but we can't hear him.
Yeah, I think we're having some audio issues.
Okay, let's go to Squire Booth and we'll come back to Squire Blackburn. Squire Booth. Unmute your mic, Squire Booth. Unmute your mic.
Hello.
There we go. We can hear you now.
I didn't have any breakfast this morning.
Okay.
I think that's what they're laughing about. 'Cause I'm not an early riser.
Okay. Well, do you have any questions?
Yeah. Net new. What does that refer to?
Mr. Parson, answer that.
Katie?
Okay, okay.
Net new means what net new taxes are going to be generated. So in the example I gave earlier, is where somebody was originally going to go outside of Kentucky and spend their dollar and pay taxes, and that something at your site is not going to keep them here in Kentucky, so that's net new taxes here in Kentucky? Or is it where somebody was going to go eat at Serafini's, a restaurant that's already here in Kentucky, and it's just kind of transferring that tax revenue amongst us here in Kentucky, so it's not causing a net increase in taxes?
I see. Okay. And
Now,
that,
I'm sorry.
that would be hard to determine, wouldn't it? Yes.
That's why we use some experts.
Yeah, this is Jim Parsons. If I could, just to comment a little bit on the net new issue. Part of our role, quite frankly, is to assist the project as we're moving forward with our, with our making our best arguments as to how we can maximize net new. There is, and I know the state will often counter that, and they're doing a good job on what they're doing, but part of our role, not only in working with the consultant and with the developer, is to do what we can to show why this project is unique enough that it is going to generate some net new. There may be challenges. Internal projects within the state have a little harder time with that than those projects that are on the border of the state. But there is part of it. There is also some other aspects that will be added to the net new impact. Construction impact, for instance, of the project, that will occur regardless of whether you bring people in or out. And so there are other ways that this could qualify and have net new impact on the state. It is affected by this and the transfer and things like that, but that is part of what our role would be, is to work as a partner with the city, county, and in that case, the developer, to show the state and try to convince the state that this has as much of a net new impact as possible to try to maximize that state recovery. And also then later, if this moves forward, and we'd be participating with those meetings with the state's consultant along with your other entities in Frankfurt, the tourism group, the other business groups and things like that, or whatever, that we kind of talk about how important this project might be. So I'm not downplaying the importance of that, the challenges this may have to generate net new, but there are some things that we can do to help maximize that.
And that would be very important to the state. I can see that. Okay, thank you. I don't
Square
have
Booth, more questions?
no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, let's, Andrew, can we get back to Squire Blackburn and see if he has any more questions, please?
Yeah, let's try to go back to Squire Blackburn. Can you unmute yourself, JW?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, that's the reason I came to the fiscal court building. I thought I'd be plugged in and wouldn't have these issues. So, anyway, so from the state's perspective, we'll probably go real property. That's the avenue we have because of the positive impact in revenue, new revenue coming.
That's what we're looking at, and I know Jim talked about, there are construction impacts and things with all of our TIF, with all of our incentive programs, not just TIF, but with all of our incentive programs. The state determines how it wishes to participate. Again, it's just kind of like the locals. You all have to consider your own budgets and fiscal responsibilities, and that's what we have to do here at the state. So based on, the information that we have, it looks like it would be the real property program at the state level.
Squire Blackburn? Squire Blackburn?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Do we have many state participation TIFs in Central Kentucky area?
If we have many real property TIFs or just, okay.
Yes.
I know we have, in Lexington, we just approved, I think there's 3, the 21C Hotel, there's if you're familiar with the old Turfland Mall area, that was a property tax, real property TIF. And then they've just been approved for the fountains at Palomar. It's right there at the corner of Man o' War and Harrisburg Road. So those are three that are right there in Lexington.
Thank you.
There are several of the other programs, though, just be aware of this, the old Centerpoint is a different name now. Red Mile is another program. There's several other either mixed use and or signature programs. One signature program has been approved in Lexington. And so you can get them approved in more of a central location. There are some challenges with the net new issue, though, because of that. But just be aware that there's probably around six or seven total TIF projects that have been approved in Fayette County.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Mark Blackburn?
That's all I have for now.
Thank you, sir. Let's go back to Squire Sebastian. Have you gotten your questions answered, Squire Sebastian?
I had several questions about the net new, so I guess these are head nodding statements or maybe statements out there, and then I have one other thing after that. So I'm a bit concerned about that the jobs that may be created in this area wouldn't necessarily be net new if they are people that relocate in for shops because they're going to the new, and I'm going to say, hotspot area in the community. That's not necessarily anything to do with net new. And if there are apartments there, it's in the same situation. People relocating from one area of the community into downtown, and again, that's not being necessarily net new. So I think that just goes along with some of the statements that were made just a little bit earlier.
Do you have a question, Squire Sebastian? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just said, please correct me if I'm wrong about that understanding. So I'm just waiting to hear from someone.
Mr. Parsons?
Yeah, one of the things that, there are two different issues here for net new. In fact, first of all, from a local standpoint, you don't have the same limitations as the state has on how they review this. For instance, so those jobs that are created, they're net new to that development area. Now, you may want to, and this is, you may want, there are times when if a project is relocated from one part of Frankfurt to another, you may, when you're putting this together, may not want to count those jobs as part of the pledge, and that's something we could work out with the developer. But actually, from a local standpoint, that's all net new. It'll increase assessments, it will increase payroll taxes, things like that. So that's net new. When we're talking about the net new concept here, primarily, we're talking about whether or not that is calculated or would be a part of the net new to the state. And I will say that most of the consultants, when they're looking at this, even though 100% of that may not be net new, a lot of times they'll give you some credit for hotels, restaurants, things like that. It'd be more limited, but there would be some credit that would be given for net new. And part of what our job is, it's kind of hard to say at the front end. It really is. I mean, it's difficult at the front end to say what the net new is going to be. Our job, quite frankly, is as a city, county, and developer as partners, is to put together the best application we could to the state and make the best arguments we can to the state for why they should look at this maybe differently from the real property to the mixed use or whatever. I mean, that's what we would be wanting to do. Now, the state may not agree with that, but that's ultimately they're the decider on what level of incentive they're going to give. But I think there's some ways we can look at the project and even strengthen the application as it moves forward, so that we can put the best foot forward as we can. In any grant program, if you look at this as any grant program that you participate in, you often don't get what you ask for. I mean, but that doesn't mean when you're putting your application together for other funds, you put together the best application you can, and then hopefully the reviewer of that application is going to agree with you and then work with you as much as possible to make the project happen. So that's the process. This is all at the front end. So I think it's a little bit it's really a mistake, I think, to focus too much on this net new limitation right now. The issue is putting together the best project we can and best application we can to move it forward in the event you feel the project is worthy of consideration.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank
Ms.
you.
Kate, oh, that you were laughing or smiling, or you had a comment on what Mr. Parsons was saying, that question. Do you want to comment, Katie Smith?
Oh, excuse me. And I get we're talking a lot about net new, but the other thing that we have to take into consideration as well is with the, as Kylie mentioned earlier, with the mixed use TIF program, you have to have meet the 3 of the criteria, the 7 criteria for blighted. And with the real property program, you only have to meet 2. And so that's other things I think you have to take into consideration when evaluating the project as well. But we're always happy to sit down and talk about the project, and a lot of times we go out before we make the determination on how we're going to participate to view the site. You know, fortunately, it's close to our offices, so we're familiar with it, and always again happy to discuss.
Okay. Mark Sebastian, do you have another question?
I noted in reading that RFB that it expressly stated that the purchaser must arrange their own financing. And there were very specific words in there, like the Commonwealth has no arrangement to obligate the state, the city, or local governments to provide funding for this program. So it's been interesting to hear, Mr. Parsons' take on how other projects have advanced. I'm not sure if limitations like that are typical. Can you tell us a little bit about that, or terms are typical like that? Because we're dealing with a project that has very limited real property taxes at this point on, just primarily the hotel.
Yeah, I think I have not seen the RFP, and I wasn't involved with that particular process, but I think really what the state was saying at that point is that they're not committed at that time to provide any incentive for the project, and as Katie mentioned, any direct cash into the project. So there's no there. That doesn't mean though that the project to move forward wouldn't, if you choose to do so, wouldn't be eligible for local and/or state participation under some of these programs and things. So so just be aware of that. So those type of provisions in these RFPs at the front end are not that uncommon, and things. Just like, for instance, if you were selling property or whatever to a developer for something, you may want to at the front end say, don't buy this assuming you may not be able to get incentives. That doesn't mean you're limited in the event in the future if you choose to do that.
Okay, Squire Sebastian, any more questions?
No, thank you all very much for your willingness again to come and talk with us to explain more, not only to the court, but also to the community. It's sort of we're in a position of shame on us if we don't do our due diligence.
Okay, thank you. I have one question.
And get the word out there.
I have one question, Mr. Parsons, or Ms. Smith, or Ms. Palmer. Okay, this question, and it's a very difficult question, but all I want to know is the process. And this whole property is unique in the fact that this belonged to the state. There is no tax value on this property at this time. How do we determine what the tax value is on property that doesn't have tax value?
Okay, when you create the TIF district, you would basically, from a local standpoint, you would determine what it depends on when you determine what the current revenues are collected from that site. And that would be what we call the old revenues or base. In this case, if there's no business activity or no value, the base would be 0. And so it'd be easy to compute the increment because all taxes generated after that fact will be incremental taxes because you don't have a base. in that circumstance. So that's how you would actually create that. And that now, for instance, if for some reason the site did create some taxes during the year, usually what we do, the state has a little different way to calculate this, but usually if we create a TIF district in 2020, most of the time the base year is 2019, is the year prior to, from a local standpoint, how we handle that. So we would basically look at what the taxes were collected into calendar year 2019, and that would become your old revenues. There are some ways to deal with that differently if there's some special thing that have happened within the district that may make that base unrealistic. But the base would be whatever it was for whatever calendar year you chose and if it's zero, it's zero, and then everything would be incremental new revenues at that point.
Okay. All right.
And, well, real quick, to answer your question from this standpoint, we look at it as of December 31st of the year that they received approval. So if you come to the state and receive approval this year, we would look at it, the tax revenues as of December 31st of 2020.
Which would be zero.
If that's what it is, then yes.
Okay. All right. I want to say thank you to all three of you. Thank you so much for your input. It's been so informative. Sitting here for 2 hours listening to you, it is very clear that this is a very complex issue. And the reason we ask that you come is, one, to try to clarify the questions and the concerns that we had, and two, originally this was all about hiring a consultant or to partnering with the city to hire a consultant to help us get through this complex issue. So with that being said, I ask if the court would be willing to go in other business to bring back the issue of for a revote on the law firm of K&K, Mr. Parsons, in partnering with the city, and you have the contract in your folder to go to have a revote on that issue. This last vote was 3-3, which meant that it failed. So that is the process here. I'm listening for anyone. Lambert, I see a thumbs up. Thank you. I don't see everybody, so if you would just Squire Booth, if you would just give me a thumbs up. I see you, or a thumbs down, whichever one you to bring it back up in other business. Up or down? Squire Booth, thumbs up, thumbs down. We can't hear you, Squire Booth.
Talking about,
Pardon me? You were off.
are we voting on it now?
No, we will bring it up in other business if the court agrees.
Okay, yes.
Okay, thumbs up. Thank you. Anyone else want to say? Okay. All right. Nobody say anything. Once again, Miss Katie Smith, Mr. Jim Parsons, and Miss Kylie Palmer, you have been awesome. We are so appreciative of your work and being here. Thank you for your information.
Thanks for allowing us to be here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Andrew, if you could take them off, and then let's go to our agenda. The first item on the agenda, or the second item on the agenda, is authorization for approval of minutes from our special meeting of March the 26th, 2020. Any questions? Okay, Squire Moore, you're good. Okay, everybody good with that? Thumbs up? All right. Next item on the agenda is is, let's have the sheriff come forward. Sheriff, I think you're only on audio, and you have, your quarterly report. You also have your 2018 amended tax collection settlement. You also have, 2019 county fee settlement, and you have a settlement agreement with the city of Lawrenceburg. If you would, one at a time, go over those items and open up for questions if there are any. Sheriff Clark.
Good morning. Sorry you can't see me, but maybe you're better off, huh? But I am here I am here in the courtroom by myself. It looks much bigger with nobody else in here. But yes, I don't know what order you said those in, but I can start with our fees settlement for 2019. We have excess fees of $53,458.02, which we all should be very proud of, that the sheriff's office managed to stay in budget and didn't overspend, because we all know it's quite a task to do. You know, when you start handling that much money, there's plenty of room for error. So I'm very proud that my first year we stayed within budget and we're turning over the excess fees. The amended tax settlement, Fran actually wrote a letter talking about what happened. Before Fran's arrival, there was a HEX refund issued to homeowners, and part of the money come from the districts instead of the commissions. So what happened was we fixed that. It was $43. So now it's it reconciles back to zero like it should. There's a copy, should be a copy in your packet. I think it went out in an email what the $43 was, but that fixed the 2018 tax settlement. And our first quarter it looks really good right now. That was through March, so we'll see what April does. There's definitely a loss of revenue starting out at the end of March. Beginning in April, we basically lost 3 weeks of car inspections, and the civil process papers are down. So we'll see how that affects us. But there's certainly a drop of revenue, and who knows if we'll make that up. But we'll probably know more going into the second and third quarter once all this stuff's behind us. But we'll figure out a way to tighten our belt, and we'll get through it and somehow stay within our budget.
Okay, you have your settlement with City of Lawrenceburg.
Yes, I thought since we had these excess fees, it'd be a good time to ask the court to consider. We actually hired one of their officers. So what happened was Rick Sparks and I have been trying to negotiate a price. It started out well over the $22,000. So what it was, he was under their contract just like our new deputies. When we hire them, we put them on a 3-year contract. So if another bigger agency hires them, they have to pay us back the training money. So what we did, we've negotiated it to $22,000, which is basically what we would pay to send somebody to the academy and train them for the 20 weeks. Then they come back and field train for 13 more. So I believe in hiring local, which we did. At that time, we were 6 positions down. So he came in and, you know, he had a clean background and a good resume, so we hired him. But it's only right that we pay the contract out to Lawrenceburg, because on the flip side, if someone hires one of our deputies on a contract and they don't pay us back, guess what? We're going to want to sue them or get our money. So that's kind of where we're at. I thought it is a 2019 bill because he was hired in July last year, but it took all this time to come to an agreement on a price. So I thought it would be most appropriate when we're turning the excess fees in to see if the court would help pay that contract off. And that's where we're at. And it probably would have been paid last year, but we were still in negotiations when Fran reconciled and finalized the book, so we can't disperse any money from our 2019 excess fees. So I was hoping the court would help us out on that. With the $53,000, we could take the 22 from that, and you would still have $31,458.02 left.
Sheriff, let me ask you a question, and there may be some others from the magistrates. Have we ever gotten fees from another community for on a sheriff's deputy?
No, but I can tell you when I first came in January, we lost a deputy. He had only been out of the academy 6 months, but he had not signed a contract, which we now do. So if this was to happen today with one of the folks we sent to the academy, we could recoup our money.
Okay. Questions? Sheriff, your quarterly report ending March 31st?
Judge,
Yes.
this is Marty. I think
Yes.
Michael Mueller has a question.
I'm sorry, Michael Mueller. Thank you.
Michael Mueller, sorry.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Sheriff, for bringing all this to us. My question is just, does the deputy in question, is he still on our force?
Yes, sir, and he is under a contract which extends 3 years. Typically, when someone's certified, you don't put them on a contract, but however, we knew this one would cost us money equal to what the training would be, so he is under a 3-year contract.
Okay.
Good question. Anything, anybody else have a question? Sheriff, your quarterly report, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that did you give that?
Are you talking about this year, 2020, the first quarter?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I was saying how the revenues look okay at this time, but if you think the COVID problem we're facing started for us late March, because I stayed open to business and served papers and did the inspections as long as we could. So going into the second quarter, you will see the effect of drop in revenues. I mean, it's gonna happen with the civil process down, and we're only doing very few car inspections with the dealerships. They're very limited to what they can do. So we'll see the effect the next time we present. It looks
Hey,
good
Sheriff.
right now.
Sheriff, can I ask if there are any other issues that you're seeing that could impact that revenue going forward? I know, we're all unfortunately aware of the circumstance that we're in for health and safety.
Yes, ma'am. There's potential for tax collection to actually be delayed depending on what happens with all the districts setting theirs. I mean, if I feel certain that we'll start to collect in November 1st, but just say we go into December, that's going to be harsh because we're only going to have the month of December. If that were to happen, and that would just be the 2% discount. Typically, like last year, we had November was 2%, December was face value. And by the end of December, we were at over 80% collections, if you remember.
Right, I was just getting ready to ask the question about the percentage because I thought it was 80, 82, 84, somewhere in there. So just trying to see what might be in front of us going forward here for cash in 2021.
Right, and if that were to happen, there would be out of the 120 sheriffs, and I'm sure fiscal courts, there'd be a lot of people in the red because you're basically losing your most effective month of the year of tax collection, which is typically face value. But let's just hope that don't happen.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, Sheriff, thank you. Appreciate your report.
Thank you, sir.
Next item on the agenda is authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the application of a grant with the United States Department of Justice for the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding Grant program. And I know Ann and Susan and Kim Cox and everybody has been, and Betty Jo have all been working on this. So Ann, you're going to present. Appreciate it. I think, are you on just audio, Ann?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, as part of the CARES Act, this is part of that, and it's funding through the Department of Justice, the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding Program, or CESF. The Department of Justice handles some programs such as this in a little different way than a typical grant program. There's an amount allocated to Franklin County. It's not an amount we figure out and request. It's an amount that they've allocated to our county, and that amount is the $58,008. There's about a half a dozen counties in Kentucky that have been given allocations, and fortunately we're one of those. What we will be doing, and I'm working with the treasurer on this, is requesting, and we are allowed to do this, requesting the entire amount, which will be placed in a completely separate account. And then we will be, excuse me, reimbursing the costs that we see in our prevention, preparation for, and response to the coronavirus out of that account. So far, we've encumbered in just materials, and some equipment. The response to the coronavirus so far has encumbered approximately about $16,000 in the past month from the invoices that accounts payable and the treasurer have been sharing with me. That does not include our time and vehicular equipment, those kinds of things. But our thought was, as far as this pot of money, is to go ahead and use that $58,008 for the amounts that we've already encumbered for those materials that we've had to get to respond to the coronavirus. And also this program will continue for the next 2 years. So to keep the remainder of those funds in that account for continued response to the coronavirus. As far as our work time, overtime, vehicular, and other equipment like that, those are being accumulated, and we will use those to present to FEMA when those windows open for response to the disaster. So these are two different ways of handling our expenses associated with the coronavirus, and I'm glad to hear any ideas. If anyone has any other suggestion about that, this is what we felt like was the most fair because it covers all the offices and departments of the county as far as their expenses that they've had so far, and will continue to do that for the next 2 years.
So Ann, let me ask you a question. The $58,000 is a one-time funding, but it doesn't mean it's the only funding we're going to get. I think you said that we will continue to make sure we document and have some more fees that we're going to apply towards this. Is that correct?
Absolutely. This is through the CARES Act, and it's one funding program of an amount that's been allocated to Franklin County. The other programs that we'll be using, we know that, of course, we're under the local, state, and federal disaster declaration, and those will be amounts that we'll be documenting, we're continuing to document, that will be presented to FEMA just as we would with a natural disaster declaration. So, and also any other programs that come about or that we find and see that will help us in our response costs.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Susan and Kim Cox, to all of you all for getting all this information together so we could get this money. Any questions for Ann? No questions? Okay. Ann, thank you. The next item on the agenda is authorization to approve a COVID-19 pay plan to personnel physically working day-to-day with direct public interaction. This stemmed our last meeting. I brought this up, and Squire Tracy asked, is there a plan? So we have proposed a plan in here that would give $2 an hour for positions that work face-to-face with the general public, and the deputy coroners would receive a $50 stipend per week. There is a list of those people that deal with the public face-to-face. One of the reasons I think this is important is, number one, it's the lives of our employees that are on the line that are dealing with the COVID virus up front. Secondly, it's the families that are having to go through this with these employees. Thirdly, this is not unique to Franklin County government. This is happening all across the state, even with businesses are giving their employees extra money. Walmart, Lowe's, other businesses are giving $2 an hour to their employees because they're working with the general public. Is there expense? There is an expense, but somebody's life and safety is, in my opinion, more important than anything else. So with that being said, I open the floor for discussion.
I think it's a good idea.
Thank you, Squire. Any other discussion? Here. Squire Moore, are you trying to say something? Unmute. Unmute, Squire. You can't hear you.
Uh-huh.
There, I got it.
Got
So
it.
far, Andrew's been doing it.
Pardon me?
I said, so far Andrew has been doing my mute, not me.
Okay.
I just think this is a bad idea. We don't know what it's gonna do to our budget. We don't know where our receipts will be coming in. It's gonna be low on everything. You know, you got Ford employees volunteering to come in and build respirators, and you got hospital staffs throughout the nation that are coming in at less pay, some of them. And I just think it's a bad idea. It's not a bad idea, but I just think it's money that we don't know that we're going to have. The budget's coming up, and there's a lot of questions with that. So I'm going to be a definite no on this.
Okay. Anybody else want to respond? Squire Tracy?
Judge, as I stated in the March 26th special meeting, and clearly it's shown on today's agenda, this line item falls under the emergency declaration that you declared on March 12th.
Yes.
Like the other emergency actions that you have taken up to this point,
Yes,
this
sir.
also can be done administratively. I make a motion that it be taken off today's agenda and handled administratively.
Squire, that is incorrect as a matter of law. This is not subject to an administrative increase on pay. There are a lot of powers that the judge executives or the executives can execute. Pay increases are not one of them. So if the court is going to do this, it falls soundly in the court's discretion to do it or not. But I do not believe that the judge has the executive power to do this unilaterally.
Ms. County Attorney, I appreciate your professional opinion, but you were stated at the March 12th meeting that he did have this authority. It falls under the declaration that was clear, that he declared.
Let me clarify something, Squire Tracy. There has always been a question on this, and we reached out to Rich Ornstein at Keto, and Rich Ornstein's opinion is, no, I do not have the authority to do this. So we passed that on to Mr. Sparks, who also with that decision by Keto.
There has been a lot of evaluations and evolutions as this declaration has progressed, along with other county attorneys who are facing these kind of questions. And uniformly, I think we're all of the opinion that there are certain powers restricted to the executive and have been very, I guess I want to say, an increased level of caution in our analysis as to the powers of the executive on that. So I think this is a court question, and I stand by that.
So I'm going to chime in here because that declaration of emergency expressly stated in the last clause that the judge has the ability to waive procedures of any type to appropriate and expend public funds essential for the protection of public health and safety. It had some kind of language like that in there. And others have done this. This is really an administrative function. So I'm going to stand by that too.
So I see where this is going. Mr. Sparks, can the court, other business, make a statement and say that we as the Franklin County Fiscal Court give the county judge the authority to adopt a COVID-19 pay plan?
That is an interesting way of passing the buck. That is a cold question to me right now, Judge. I do not know. The question that was presented previously was whether you could do it unilaterally. You could hire employees. You can make circumventions as to the procurement code to purchase things. I would be hesitant to make a gut check on that question right now.
Okay.
I would have to research the detail of that question.
Okay.
I think it's best.
I would like to just say that I agree with the fire report.
it won't.
I'm sorry, Michael, you're cutting out.
Yeah,
Can you,
it won't fit in a regular-
we're not hearing you,
We're
Mike.
gonna have casual go across there.
Okay, well, I would just like to state that I agree with what Squire Moore, Squire Tracy, and Squire Sebastian have stated.
Well, there's 2 or 3 different statements here. Which one of those, Squire Moore is against it, Squire Tracy and Squire Sebastian have asked that the judge has the authority. So, if you could clarify a little more what you're saying, Squire.
I guess then, I would agree with Squire Tracy and Squire Sebastian as far as, this is something that the judge has the authority to do.
Okay.
Hey, Judge, this is Jeff Hancock. Can I make a statement on this?
Yes, sir.
First off, it's been interesting to watch the meeting, and I appreciate everything you're all doing working from home. But, I mean, the decision on who is essential and who shows up to work and who deals with the public, I mean, it's pretty important because my guys are here working with the public every single day, whether they're face-to-face or not. They're answering the phone, they're doing a job that's actually harder right now than they've ever had in their life. So, I hope you're looking at, when we start putting together pay plans for extra incentive for the people that are showing up, there's a lot of offices that are showing up, and quite frankly, the county doesn't set out where fee offices like mine and the sheriff's, we're bound to a budget that we presented to you is on a fiscal year. So, I don't know where you're all going with this, but I guess what I'm saying is, don't leave out the people that you think aren't face-to-face when we're face-to-face working hard every single day. And I've already given you all a report on how much the revenue is down. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. I appreciate everything you're doing. You got a lot of hard decisions. I know people are out there working hard, and I know they appreciate it. I mean, I think everybody in the county, quite frankly, ought to get a $2 raise, but we've also got to look at where the revenue base is. So that's my 2 cents. I really appreciate you letting me have the time.
Thank you. Okay, County Attorney.
JW, last ringer up.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't see JW on here. I'm sorry, JW. I apologize. Yes, sir. JW?
Yeah, I agree with Jeff. These are trying times, and folks do need extra money. But I'm also under the opinion, as Jeff also said, that our revenues are down. In some cases, I've seen projections, 25%, 30% with state, and I know local is going to be hit somewhat the same. Where are we going to be in 4 months when we may have to lay off folks? I'd rather be as efficient as possible and maintain what we're doing instead of having to lay off folks down the line when we don't know what our revenue's coming in and what we're going to have to pay out.
Okay. All revenue is definitely a piece of this. And as you all know, that we're going to go into budget discussions after this meeting, and we're going to start talking about revenue and the lack thereof or really the unknown. We don't know what is really going to happen at this point in time. We do know it's going to be down, but we don't know when and if it's going to come back. So everybody's making a valid point, but the issue on the table is, are we going to vote on, and I ask you this, Mr. County Attorney, do we continue with bringing this up as a vote by the court on this pay plan? Because you're saying the judge does not have this ability.
I think for 2 reasons the judge doesn't have the ability, after that at least, as a unilateral one. Number one, the overall effect that would have by allowing unilateral decisions by the judge in the absence of hiring, procurement, etc., that is directly related to the declaration of emergency. And secondly, the fiscal court, being the holder of the purse, would be yielding that authority, basically passing the buck without any control of what future budgetary expenses would entail. And you just have a kind of a free-for-all on anything that the judge would would decide it would be appropriate for a revenue, or pardon me, for an expense increase. And I'm not sure the court wants to do that if y'all think about it. I know it's a hard decision. I respect that. I respect the tendency to say, well, I didn't do what he did. I'm not responsible. You know, there's always plausible deniability, which is, I guess, important sometimes. But in
I
this
think,
case,
Mr. County Attorney, can I just make a statement here, because it sounds like the court's trying to get railroaded on this. It is
no,
not.
I'm here. No, actually, I'm hearing the court's not wanting to do its job. That's not railroading. You're faced with the decision to, well, then vote it up or down.
Well, Mr.
Judge,
County
there's a
Attorney,
motion. Hold on. Let Spark Sebastian finish.
I can only speak for myself in this, okay? I can't speak for anybody else. But at this point, the judge has made just about but somewhere between 5 and 10 decisions without communicating with the, because he's got the power of the declaration of emergency to advance things. One of those was to, set back the net profits, license fees. So that dealt with funds. Another was to say, sorry, we can't rent the Carter House and we can't play golf. So those dealt with revenue impacts for us. So if you're going to talk about revenue impacts, those decisions have already been made outside of the court. So I'm standing firm on that just for that reason, because through the declaration of emergency, it spoke specifically about things like giving the judge and the mayor, because it was a joint declaration of emergency, I will be clear on that, the power to appropriate, expend public funds that he saw necessary for the protection and safety of people. So I can't see how those things differentiate from what this ask is.
I think because this is an expenditure as to existing employees, this is an expenditure as to budgetary line items for expenses for employee salary. I think that is a substantial distinction.
Let me make it very clear.
Judge?
Please, let me make it very clear. I did not take it lightly. And I asked KCO, I've asked the county attorney, I've asked our lawyers, and KCO, who you all know, Rich Ornstein, who is a very well-respected and a very renowned lawyer for all of the counties, and he says, no, the judge does not have, you do not have that ability. Our county attorney concurs with that thought, so that is not the question here. The question, because you can't give me the authority. You can't say I've got the authority when the attorneys say I don't have the authority. So I don't think that's the question. The question it will be, we'll just bring it up and you get to vote it down if you vote for it.
Okay, Judge, I need to say something here.
Sure.
Squire Tracy made a point of dropping this, and I'm going to second that because there's a letter attached to this that we do not recognize that entity. And I do not want that going on the record, so I move or second the motion to drop this from the agenda.
Well, there was not a motion, and
I'll be doing that in open court to do that.
Sure. Okay.
There's a letter attached to this that we do not recognize that entity.
Okay. So what we could do is there a consensus to not bring this up? Squire Muller? Squire Tracy? Squire Tracy?
Judge Wells, again, like I said, and going back, again, it's back to the 12th, to that meeting where it was confirmed that you did have this. And by looking again at the declaration that was declared, this can be done administratively in reading the emergency that was declared. That's where I'm at. You're working day to day, side by side with the county treasurer. You understand what's going on downtown. I don't think anyone understands the budget quite the way you do. You've been involved with the court for X amount of years. So again, my preference is to, and I think rightfully so, that you, along with other decisions it's made, that you can make this decision administratively.
Okay. Squire Tracy, I don't mean to get into this forever. I want to make it very clear to you that the attorneys that, one, our county attorney, two, Keiko says I do not have the authority. And so I am not, based on what, no offense, Squire, what you think that I can do, going to in any way violate a law just because March the 12th, you thought I could do this. I'm not going to do it. If you guys want to take it off, that's fine. Let's take it off. You don't want to vote on it. I'll be I'm at your mercy on that. This all stemmed from at our last meeting, I think it was March 26th. We talked about it. You asked me, Squire Tracy, do I have a plan? I said, well, I'm not going to develop a plan unless I thought there would be a consensus to move forward. So I didn't know. I made a plan, and this is the plan that's before you.
So in the plan that's made, obviously, it sounds like the clerk has not been involved. It sounds like
the clerk was involved initially.
Okay.
The clerk had two different opinions on whether or not, but he does not qualify when I use the criteria of face to face. His office is closed. His office is not meeting face to face with the general public. So that's why he was not involved with it. Anybody else? Squire Booth?
I have something to say.
Yes, sir.
I still think it's a good idea, but I can't remember who brought it up, but the employees having discussions about what they do versus what somebody else does is enough for me to withdraw my approval of the plan, because that is the worst thing that can happen to an organization, is to have arguments over whose job is more important.
Squire Muller?
Draw my approval.
Okay, thank you. Squire Muller? Squire Muller?
I would just like to reiterate the financial burden that the county has from this point forward, just like our business, and I would like to vote with Squire Moore and Squire Tracy on this.
Okay, so I'm just going to withdraw the
Judge, let me take a time out and let me understand the secondary question on the table very peculiarly, because I know the court is very sensitive about its role and very cognizant about its role on expense allocations, especially in budget discussions that I've seen them involved with, and you all have done a great job. Are you all, and I say this as a group for purpose of discussion, proposing or at least considering, and the only issue on the table right now is whether in the absence of some action, the judge could unilaterally make this call, knowing the problems that it may cause to the budget in the long run, considering authorizing the judge to take this unilateral action? Did I understand that to be the question?
Well, apparently you're telling us he can't.
No, I'm
He
sorry.
can't do it for the declaration. So
That's on the declaration. I'm talking about unilaterally, but there was some discussion the judge asked, and I said I need to research that question as to whether or not you all are inclined to vest him in that unilateral authority by way of resolution or otherwise. I don't think that he could have just yesterday signed an executive order doing it. I think that would exceed a whole lot of things and cause problems. And I think members of the court would be the first to to make an issue out of it. I know you all well enough that you all would be hesitant to just grant that sort of a blank check. But is that what the court is saying that your inclination is to do, is to grant him that authority above and beyond?
No, I'm not.
And based on the comment that Squire Moore had just made, that has made me kind of maybe recalibrate my position, because there was a document provided in this court packet. And as Squire Moore said, it's not an entity or organization that is represented by the county, and that was added as the only piece of supporting information for this. So that's a very logical conclusion, Squire Moore. Thank you very much for.
Well, I misunderstand. What's the conclusion? I'm familiar with the documents in support, but I don't believe they carry any weight. I mean, other than just persuasive weight, an opinion just like any other letters or correspondence that you all receive.
Squire Moore, you want to reiterate what you just said?
Yes, Counselor, I believe that if we put this in the record, that it may or may not indicate that we recognize this entity.
It would not.
Oh, okay.
It's nothing more than any other correspondence that the court receives from the general public relative to any other action that you're considered taking. If you're talking about recognizing a collective body for purposes of union establishment, et cetera, that's a formal action. I think that perhaps greater weight is given to the ramification of being made aware of that than it actually carries. It does not give any formal recognition to anything any more than any other letters that you all frequently receive from constituents or other bodies.
Okay. I just had that concern.
And I respect that concern, but that to do the thing that you're concerned about, that requires some kind of formal action that's not occurred.
Okay, let me.
The chief's got his hand up.
I'm sorry, I don't see the chief. Sorry, Chief. Chief Hutcherson, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Court. How's everybody? I would just like to say, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all the jail workers, all the planning and zoning, all the firefighters, all the sheriff's office, and anybody that is out there doing the job in a very tough time. These people are showing up to work knowing dangers of this time. And I can't begin to express the sincere appreciation that we should all feel for these people. Thank you.
Agreed.
Okay, so the $2 an hour was recommended to show this appreciation and to show the concern that these people that are our employees that are working face to face, and that is the criteria, face to face with the general public, that we understand we appreciate them and that we understand their concerns. But okay, look, I see the writing on the wall. I hear what you have to say. It ain't going to pass. You don't want to vote on it, or it's not going to pass. So I'm moving on to the next item, and this will not be on the agenda as an item to vote on. So Tambra, let's pull item number 8 off the agenda, please. Next item is authorization to approve banking transactions with Traditional Bank. Susan Lawrenson.
Good morning, Court.
Good morning.
A special good morning to Squire Booth. Welcome back. It's so good to have the body whole again. The action that's requested is for us to be able to establish a new bank account with traditional bank. They have been offering some lucrative interest rates. I'm not sure where that's going to go for now, but also this will help us establish a bank account that will serve the needs for the CESF grant funding, where they want a separate bank account from that is non-interest bearing. So it will also allow us to take the opportunity to do that as well.
Okay.
Susan, can you tell us what the CESF, what's that's about?
That is the advance money, the $58,000 advance money for the grant that Justice would offer if we approved from Ann.
I got it. I just wanted to make sure that I understood what those acronyms were for. Thank you.
Okay, no other questions, Susan? Let's go to item number 10, budget transfers.
We have alluded to the need for this. The jailer has also identified the need for this for the medical services. I worked with the jailer to help identify budget line items that might have some leeway, able to help cover the shortfall for the medical services. So these were the line items that the jail and his staff recommended to help fund the shortfall in the medical line, as well as a shortfall in the custodial line, which specifically would come from food. So hopefully this would get us through the end of the year for medical services.
Susan, I got a couple questions on this, and I'm not sure if you or the jailer both, whoever can answer it. So during that statutorily mandated budget presentation before the court, the last time we met on March 26th, I think, the jailer stated that every year the medical line item needs to be increased above what is budgeted in there to cover expenses. So he also said that about $75,000 would be moved, which is this figure, right? And we see that in today's budget transfer request. So are we to understand that the budget transfer will meet the projected needs of that medical line item through the rest of 2020, or is that just to meet it right now?
This is an estimate to get us through the end of the fiscal year. The biggest variable in that are the excesses for the daily population. However, we've had a new event that is decreasing the population that may reduce the future overages for that daily population bill. But even so, this is the best guess for the regular contractual 24-hour service and population bills that we have on hand and are trying to estimate through June.
Okay, that's what I wondered, if it was to meet the needs through the rest of the FY, because the jailer during that, where he was mandated to present his budget, he mentioned that the jail had lost, I think he said 75 inmates alone in the month of March, they were down, which further reduced their revenue stream that was coming in. I know there's been a lot of discussion about reducing revenue streams right now. My other question is, does the potential exist for any of these line items being transferred from or debited right now to later require transfers back into to meet expenditures? Right now we're looking at pulling $48,000 out of the insurance line item. So are we going to possibly have to come back to that later and put something back in that line item?
Squire Sebastian, can I make a point there regarding the jails, inmate numbers, et cetera? And I don't know, I'm sure that you all are not, I guess, as briefed on these issues. As of day before yesterday, the Kentucky Supreme Court entered yet another order relative to incarceration, arrest, and mandatory releases. I would anticipate, and I can't speak for the jailer, but I know for law enforcement as well as prosecutors, they have placed certain restrictions and mandatory releases on citations and individuals who are now arrested. And during the period of this emergency, I would, well, I not just predict, I know for a fact because we've been having to deal with them, a lower daily average inmate number pursuant to that order and other public health concerns. I don't know the change that would happen after those orders from the Supremes are lifted, but at least through the end of May, we are under directions as to who can be brought in, who can be maintained, mandatory releases for certain categories of offenses, et cetera. So I would anticipate that you see the daily average continue to decrease at least through the end of May. And that was the terminal date of the last order from Justice Minton.
Thank you. Only thing I had to draw on, because knowing that came down, that didn't give me the opportunity, because we don't know what future crimes, et cetera, may be committed. I was only working on the number that he presented during that statutorily mandated budget discussion we had a couple of weeks ago. That's all. Thank you.
And that's why I wanted to bring up those, again, evolving changes as we get these orders from the Supremes as to incarceration.
And the only, my question, the reason I'm going to this is that one specific line item was pulled out, the 48K, that represents about 20% of that entire budget line item. So my question is I hate to pull money out of a line item and then have to go back and put it in, like we're journal vouchering in and out and in and out. That's all.
Okay,
Squire, okay, yeah.
go ahead, Ms.
Squire Blackburn?
I'm
Yes,
sorry. I
can
don't
you hear me?
Blackburn. Yes, I hear you, don't see you.
Okay, well, as Squire Sebastian pointed out, $48,000 in that line item on insurance. Do they get their insurance yearly? Is this something that fluctuates 20% throughout the year? Is this not a known quantity when insurance is bought? Because it looks like a lot to be in a line item that's extra.
Go ahead, Susan, and you can talk about that.
Squire Sebastian, Squire Blackburn, that is an absolutely valid comment and concern. If you remember, it's a lot to go back to, but we had an excess budgeted for health insurance with an anticipated industry standard increase of 10 or 12% budgeted. And then when our premiums came up for renewal, we had a very significant drop in our premiums. That started so we had a non-significant excess in the health insurance line items because of the advantageous premium renewal that we got January 1. So but to do the math, if you look at the expense report, your quarterly expense report for the jail, and you look at the year-to-date expense on the health insurance line item, and you know we have 9 months in that through that third quarter, then that would mean we have 3 months left, and based on the 3 months at the pretty much the even rate, we have the excess funds available in that health insurance line item. In addition, because of the staffing levels and the fluctuation in the staffing levels at the jail, and sometimes less than full employment there, we have a budgetary savings where we budget on 52 jailers and deputies there. That number has not always been whole from month to month, so that is an additional savings per se budgetarily. So yes, Squire Blackburn, we do budget based on a full staffing level at what a projected health insurance rate might be in order to have sufficient funds to provide for that benefit for all of the employees, all the full-time employees, if that makes sense.
Okay, if there are no other questions, can you move on to your treasurer's quarterly report?
Judge, a quick question.
Squire Tracy?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Since the court's discussing the jailer's budget, it has been brought to the court's attention that through an open records request, that there were discrepancies in the budget presented by the jailer to the court. Has the jailer reached out to you, Judge, or Madam Treasurer, or anyone else on the court requesting an opportunity to come back to this body and correct those areas and figures that were misrepresented? Judge, how do you recommend this be addressed?
I tell when I found out about it, just like you, I found out the same way you did. I put a stop to it immediately, and he has done so. He has admitted it. I've talked, and I had him and Rick Sparks and us talk about it. County Attorney, do you want to comment anything on that?
No, I'm just asking, will he be back to present, I guess, to start from scratch to present us the budget?
He will be back when it comes time for his budget to come back up as part of the budgetary process. When we start reviewing his budget, he will be back to talk about it at that time.
Okay, that's all I was asking, sir.
Yeah. Squire Muller.
Hey, Judge. Yes, thank you, Judge. Could you answer how many inmates are currently in the jail? And then my second part of that is, last time the jailer said he was fully staffed. So I guess my second question would be, if we're down 100 inmates or so, are we saving some money on staff? Are there hours shortened or anything like that to help save money?
Okay, the last I heard is somewhere below or around 250. Which is about 175 lower than what it normally is. And remember, his full staff is based on the shifts that they have to have and the number of people they need to. So you can't say, okay, because we're down 75, we don't need this many people, because you do in a jail have to cover all of the areas out there. So it would not behoove, it would not be safe for for him to say, you need to start laying off people at the jail. It would be a dangerous move to make in a jail, as far as I'm concerned. But I have not said, I have not brought up to him, are you going to start laying people off? So I'm sorry, that's the best I can answer your question.
No, and that's fine. I'm not necessarily saying he needs to lay people off. I just didn't know how the jail was structured. If they close the wing down because there's less people, maybe there's less employees. It was just a question. I'm just trying to figure out where we can save some money.
Okay, good question.
Squire, I think
Squire Moore.
having a full staff lets him cut down on overtime is what I'm thinking.
Hey, that was one piece of it too. Yes, sir, you're exactly right. Which saves money. Any other questions on that? Susan, would you continue, please, on your treasurer's quarterly report?
I don't know if you want to share screen or not, but the report that I think is usually the most straightforward to work from is the summary of receipts, expenditures, changes in fund balance that we typically highlight and work from. Just very quickly, and then I can certainly address any questions, and we can also continue this discussion in our budget meeting. And I always provide the prior fiscal year as a comparison of where we are. The key point, one of the key points about the March report is that it happens at probably one of the most dynamic points in our year, as the sheriff has alluded to, that he has a key point, but we do too, because we're at going into our final quarter, and this is also, we haven't met our deadline yet for our payroll taxes. Let me comment for Squire Sebastian's sake that the net profit deadline was not set back by fiscal court or by the judge. It was set back based on our ordinance. We follow the IRS guidelines. So when that filing date was pushed back by the IRS, that pushes back our filing date. Now, with that being said, and I sent out a memo, and that memo's changed already. The net profits area is a kind of a difficult one, but with that filing date being pushed back past April 15th, there's still a lot of people that go ahead and file, and that money's probably still might come in before the July 15th deadline. But for the 3 quarters that we have, we were definitely on a very good track. And now the 4th quarter, we'll see what that brings. Are there specific questions about line items, or did my comments with the memo address those? I'm not sure.
Okay, Susan, will you now continue to the treasurer's court? No, that's it. Go to the payment of bills, Susan.
All the claims are for services rendered.
Okay. And we'll go into more in-depth talk in just a few minutes when we go into our budget session, which we're going to be talking about revenue in itself. Okay, any questions on payment of the bills? Squire Muller.
Yes, thank you, Judge, and can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you,
Okay,
Michael.
thank you, Judge, and thank you. Susan, I have a question for you. I noticed in a lot of the bills, there's a lot of things being spent right now. Typically, I think it's because we're coming up to the end of the budget year. I know my company has run numbers, and we're projected to be down 25% because of everything that's going on, and we have currently stopped all spending. Have you all talked, or the judge and you, have you all talked about maybe putting restrictions on further spendings from this point forward until we figure out where we are as a...
Let me answer that, Susan, because next week we are having a department head meeting to discuss that very fact. Squire, you're exactly right. We're looking at it the same way you are, and we're going to be discussing the date where there's no more spending, and only spending when you absolutely need, and not just want. So yes, we are doing that, and that will be next week. So great point. Thank you.
So does that entail discretionary? I'm assuming that's what we're looking at, curtailing discretionary expenditures?
Well, there's really no such thing as discretionary in the fact that it's in the budget. So they have items listed in the budget. So we're going to say if you really need these, there will be a certain date to get them. Otherwise, if you don't need to spend the money, don't spend the money. So if you want to call that discretionary, but that's not really discretionary funds. Okay? Is that fair enough? All right, any other questions on the payment of the bills? If not, let's go to the next item, and the next item is other business, and I have a couple things, and I think you all might have a couple things too. So we'll start with me, and I'm going to put the TIF contract back on the agenda and add it in other business for a vote in this meeting. The second, and I am going to take off item number 8 off of the agenda. The second item is, like you, I have received dozens and dozens and dozens of calls and emails and concerns and questions and all this about Duncan Road. And I want Rick Sparks and Robert Hewitt to talk about, and we all need to discuss, because there's a time frame that is coming up, and where to go and how to handle this delicate situation. And so, Robert Hewitt and Mr. Sparks, will you kind of help put the parameters in, or Mr. Sparks, especially you, the parameters in on how we can discuss them, should we discuss, and what the time, and then Robert, you talk more about the time frame in when we need, and the process of this. So, Mr. Sparks, before we start talking, I think we need to talk to make sure what we can talk about and can't talk about.
Okay, I'll just be very brief, Judge, and members of the court. Now, of course, remember, and I realize the judge's characterization of this issue, but this is not a novel question. How we're having to handle it because of COVID, et cetera, is novel, and with the overlay of public safety and some different directions that the court can take when that is before you and not until that time, were preserved by extending some of the time frames that would otherwise be applicable. You all are going to have to make some decisions on how you're going to evaluate this, as well as any other applications for a zone change, because of certain restrictions relative to public gathering. And to allow the court to do its work on this or any other matter, and to ensure that all parties' due process rights, as well as the court's obligations to evaluate these decisions formally under the other existing laws, that time frame to make a decision or to rule to have a ruling by finality has been extended. That was not to delay the issue. That was to preserve the court's ability to evaluate it properly when it was formally presented, given the restrictions on public gathering. And I'll come back to that matter later on. I'll let Robert kind of give you the highlights, but I would ask that this discussion not be relative to the merits of the matter, but be addressed in the form of a generic discussion relative, and with due recognition that this court has not had to face a zone change application, to keep the discussion very general and generic as to the process and the procedure, not directed on the merits of this or any other petitions for a zone change. With that being said, Robert, you up.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Attorney.
Good morning, Court.
Okay.
The Planning Commission's final recommendation for the zone map amendment occurred on February the 13th. State statute has provision that the fiscal court is to take final action upon the zone map amendment within 90 days of the Planning Commission's decision. However, as the county attorney mentioned, the applicant has waived that 90-day time frame and has extended the deadline to July the 13th. So I believe that you have several options on the table to you. You can receive the ordinance with the recommendation from the Planning Commission and take action on that prior to July 13th. You have the option to do nothing. And if that is the case, then the Planning Commission's recommendation would stand. That's also covered within the statute. You also have the ability to review a transcript of the Planning Commission's hearing and make a determination based on that. Then you also always have the option of conducting your own public hearing. So aside from the do nothing option, everything else needs to occur prior to July the 13th. So So that's a quick summary of what the options are for you.
So Robert, in the first, if we were to put this in our next meeting, April the 30th, which would be first reading of the ordinance, what could the court do at that time under first reading?
And this, I'll lean on Rick a little bit here also. Presenting the ordinance to you gets the item on the table. And at that time, the court could decide whether to proceed on with the second reading of the ordinance, or they could make the decision to request a transcript of the planning commission's hearing or request that they conduct their own hearing. The one concern still that the county attorney mentioned is due process and trying to avoid the public gathering. So this is a very interesting time, and the ability for everyone to be heard in a public hearing and to accept evidence and testimony would be critical in your decision making.
Okay, Robert, can the court bypass the transcript part and go straight to a public hearing, or does the court have to ask for the transcript before they ask for a public hearing?
County attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the court could request to go straight to their own public hearing.
Okay. So the reason
that's my understanding, Judge. Of course, in consideration of a public hearing, you're going to also have the record on any, and again, I'm keeping this very generic, on any zone change application, you're going to have opportunity to review the record. The impossibility right now for any zone change application is the public hearing portion. And that's why it was extended, because the court has their hands tied, y'all have your hands tied to a certain extent, because that option is not currently available with the restriction on public gatherings. So it would be improper to restrict the court's options in being able to fully evaluate any zone change applications at this point. Hence the extension of, and that's the point of the extension of the time.
Okay, thank you.
Rick, can you say that one more time?
Squire Blackburn has his hand up first. Squire Blackburn. Squire Blackburn. Squire Blackburn. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I just want to say right off the bat that due to some discrepancies in staff and how the commission dealt with this and what's public record and what was used as statement of fact from the commission.
I would caution you that is going back to the merits of this. Those will have to be evaluated once it's presented to you.
I haven't said one merit yet. Let me finish.
So I'm cautioning you not to finish.
I move that we have a evidentiary hearing so we can see everything and give everybody due process, including the petitioner, and we go at it from that direction.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Okay, that's not the merits, that's process. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so we can't get to that until we put it on and we bring it up as a first reading, and then we go from that point. So that's really the question. Okay, Squire Muller, you're first, and then Squire Sebastian, you're after Squire Muller.
I know enough to get in trouble on planning and zoning and things like that. The 90-day provision, I've never heard of that being extended. Is that something that the petitioner asked for, or is that something that we asked for?
I contacted them because of the impossibility of the court in anticipation that the court may want to have public hearings on these matters, and that is impossible to do at the time, and I felt like the court's hands were tied. They agreed to extend it. Any party can extend the time
Okay,
frame.
thank you, Rick. Okay.
Square action.
So all I wanted to do was to see if Rick could restate his previous statement before he just answered this question, because I didn't quite understand all of it, Rick. And now I've kind of lost it, so that's the whole point.
If you could restate, as my wind chimes are booming up here, what was the previous question?
Well, like I said, I just kind of lost it because I was trying to say, please say it again. In this meeting format makes it more difficult. So I've lost the whole point of what you tried to say. I'm sorry.
Well, I understand that you're probably better off losing my point. I frequently do. What I was getting to the issue was to try to structure this to where when you all are presented to it and you have to make the determination that your full range of options in making that determination is preserved and you're not otherwise hamstrung, so you can follow the options and take the direction that the court feels is appropriate in evaluating zone change petitions and applications. So what I was getting to was once you get presented to you, at that point, and again, generically, in any petitions for zone change, the court has several options that you can go through: transcript, hearing, make a decision based on the zoning or the record, etc. And under the current situation, one of those options are not available. And as JW's already pointed out, he wants to take a look at how to explore those options in the future. Hence, the time was extended by the petitioner. And I think rightfully so. I mean, I think that was a very sound decision. And frankly, I pursued it because otherwise my court can't do their job. Your options would be limited. And the public's option, for that matter, and the petitioner's options would be limited.
Okay. Is there any other business, any other items under other business by any of you all? I don't see any, so let's move on now to Constitution. I'm sorry. Oh, Squire Blackburn. Okay, yes, Squire Blackburn.
Yeah, have we looked at renegotiating the contract with the electrical inspector with the city?
Yeah, we did until all of this has come up and everybody's put everything on hold right now. Keith doesn't want to meet about it, and actually, it wouldn't behoove us to meet about it until we get back to normal, because they're still out there working as hard as they can to try to get all this going. But it is Keith is willing to sit down and work it out when it gets back to normal. So right now, everything, it's just really the amount of money, and I believe that Keith is open to talking about that. So I believe we can get it done before the end of the year, so it can be part of the new year, start of the new year.
I'd hope so. We've been on it for 7 months.
Yep. Anybody else?
Judge, this is Jeff again. I just want to bring a couple things to the court's attention. One, obviously, most of you know that June the 23rd is now your new election day. The election cost will be different than what it has been in the past, being that we're pretty sure this is going to be an all-mail ballot election. I'm not really sure exactly what that's going to look like, but I prepared you with some numbers that I sent a letter to you guys, email to you guys, that I'm expecting it to be around $80,000. I also want to bring to your attention, and I think me and Susan have talked briefly about this, but I want to make sure that you all understand this. They have moved back the tax calendar exactly 30 days. And when they start moving the tax calendar, they take away our ability to collect stuff such as delinquent taxes, which will fall over into the next calendar or next fiscal year for you guys, but it falls in this year's calendar for me. But it also is going to move back our ability to certify and our ability for Susan to even know exactly what's going to come in off the property taxes. So I want you all to be aware that everything is moved back with this. I also am showing some revenue loss and I think some of it will come back, but I do think a portion of the revenue loss we will never recover from will be the portion that is the new car portion of the revenues. So far, we're able to operate from, well, not remotely, we're all here, but we're able to operate and continue to keep revenue coming in. But with all the car dealerships down, that's where you're losing your 20% in the money that comes directly to you guys. So I just felt like I need to give you a brief report on what was going on. And I'm open to any questions if anybody's got any, but I appreciate what you're doing. This is a really tough time. The support from you all and the notes and the letters that you sent and stopping by has been much appreciated. So anything the clerk's office can do for you, please let me know.
Squire Booth, you have a question for Jeff Hancock? Can't hear you, Squire Booth. You need to unmute. Squire Booth, you need to unmute. I got you, Sherry.
Okay, I was going to tell Tamara that her cat has a nice tail.
All right, Squire Sebastian.
Yeah, just a quick question to the clerk. And clerk, we again appreciate all the information that you're sharing with us in email to be above board and you know, to try to give us a heads up. That's a more appropriate term, to give us a heads up on what's coming down the pipe for you. Completely appreciate that. You talked about the new car revenue, that's something that's probably not going to be able to be recouped. You talked about in terms about being 20%. Can you translate that into a dollar figure just so I have a better sense of what that really means? And again, I appreciate you giving us a big heads up on these things. Thank you.
Yes, Squire Sebastian, our revenue to you in tax revenue for Franklin County is approximately $1.35 million. If we continue at the loss rate of 20%, that would be a total income loss on your all's end of approximately $275,000 if it lasted for an annual year. I can only base stuff on an annual year, being that it's a tangible number that I can look at. I do not think, I want you to understand, I do not think it's going to be a $275,000 loss to you. But I want you to see the worst picture, not the best picture. I'm assuming that you're going to have approximately about $80,000 worth of revenue loss over the entire time.
Thank you. Really do appreciate that.
Anybody else? Jeff, before you go, I want to say this. Your office, all your staff have done a magnificent job, because you are the department that people need to be there every day, all the time. As you see, anybody that has come to Jeff's office, it's not easy, but you've made it as convenient as you can be, and you've had to endure a lot, and a lot of that is social distancing and people staying in line. And I want to commend you and your staff for setting this up, a process for people to continue to do what they need to do, and you all need to have them do. And I also want to say thank you to all the people in our community for adhering to those rules that you have set up. Thanks once again, Jeff, to you and your staff. Okay, are there any other department or department head reports? Squire Sebastian.
Judge, is there anything else you have for us? Because you had indicated a little bit earlier, here's something I was going to work on next week. Anything like that kind of coming down the pipe, just to give us a heads up, since we won't be meeting again for two and a half weeks?
No, we've got budget coming, and I do have Tommy Russell on the line. I'm going to bring him up in just a second. And just to give an update, even though you all still get updates, we could update the general public as well. Squire Muller, you have something? Squire Muller, do you have something? Squire Muller, do you have something? Squire Muller, you raised your hand.
No, Judge.
Yes.
No.
Okay. Tommy Russell, are you on the line?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you give us an update of what's happening at Lakeview, and will Lakeview be will everything be taken down or continued on?
Yes, sir. After I talked to you all Tuesday night, obviously I got a phone call, and State Public Health had offered our local health department X number of tests to be able to utilize today if we wanted to keep this up and running. Talked to Judy Mattingly. We discussed this and decided that we thought we should offer this number of tests. I think we were supposed to get 150 to the citizens of Franklin County, if anybody else wanted, and they developed very rapidly, did a wonderful job. They developed a sign-in sheet where people could go register off the Franklin County Health Department site. I will say this thing has gone just like all the other information. It was on Tuesday night. It was off on Wednesday because they didn't get us the test kits. It was back on Wednesday afternoon and stayed on. Fortunately, we ended up, I think, with 140 test kits. So we're able to offer those to the citizens of Franklin County. We are going to run today we are running right now from 10 until 4 o'clock. The registration is off of Franklin County Health Department's website. Or I believe you can probably come out here and we'll get you in the gate and you can register here without pre-registration. And then after this ends today at 4 o'clock, my intent is to remove everything from the park starting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I've got everybody coming in to get their stuff and their cones and tents and everything. And then we can judge. My intention was to have the park available for people that are walking the trails, which is what you mentioned to me, to be able to do Sunday. Now, whether we open the gates at the park or whatnot, or how we want to do that, we need to have that conversation.
Okay.
But right now, that's where we stand. I think we have let me say that, had, because some people have recovered, had nine positive tests in Franklin County. And for a population of 50,000 people, I think that's wonderful. Everybody is doing their part, adhering to executive orders that you have put out and the governor has put out, and I hope we stay the course. Right now we've got a little rain shower out here, but this is open to the general public, to Franklin County. If you've got signs or symptoms and need to be tested, it is free. So we've got until 4 o'clock this afternoon to get everybody through here that we can.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Russell? Tommy?
I just want to make a statement.
Yes, sir.
Franklin County was kind of a test site for the first couple of days, and the numbers were down because of the secrecy of that. But it looks like the state has learned trial and error mistake there, I think, and they're not being so secretive throughout the state, so that's a good thing, I think.
That was one of my recommendations when they asked me, is that we sat on this thing too long because the numbers picked up at this site every day after we got it up and running. So I believe you're right, Squire Moore, that we all learned a lesson there.
Okay, any other questions? Tommy, thank you. You and I need to, we'll talk about, I do want to open up Lakeview to the, back up to the public for walking, as long as people maintain social distancing. But I do understand that, and I think it's appropriate that we shut down the gym equipment, the play yard equipment. So I asked that if once you get everything taken down, that you work with Charlie, and we've already talked about this, to make sure that that there's yellow tape around that playground equipment that's out there by the splash pad for safety.
Yes, sir, not a problem.
Okay.
Rick, I'd like to make one brief comment, and it's things that I'm not sure. Number one, I'd like to just share my appreciation for how well the court has attempted to stay on top of everything. This is not an individual effort. I used the word unilateral before. You all really taken the lead as local officials, but there's one person who is not here that I have worked with since this declaration. And I don't know if you know, and I know you don't, because it happened so fast. Judy Mattingly in the Department of Public Health has worked behind the scenes to ensure and enforce and come up with creative options, remedies, etc., to try to keep people safe, not only by public distancing, but by follow-up tracking, in some cases, requests for quarantine. They are working literally around the clock, and they have done an excellent job. I talk to Tommy Russell once a day, if not more. Judy Mattingly, probably so much she just cringes when she sees my phone ring to her. And they are working silently, professionally, and they're just as much taking care of business as any of the other public officials, public responders, etc., addressing this. And too often, I just want to give some shout outs for Judy and her squad and the things that they're doing every single day, addressing problems in a putting out fire kind of way. And it's really been impressive and an honor to work with her to structure some stuff as she needs it. So that's it. I just wanted to give her some shout out, and the Department of Public Health anyway.
Amen. Good job. Anybody else? Seeing none. Okay, now let's go. We'll go through our voting session, hopefully fairly quickly, and then at that point we'll go into recess, and we'll take a break for a short break, and then get into our budgetary work. So let's call this the Franklin County Fiscal Court April 17th voting session. Clerk, will you call the roll? Is Tambra Herod on the line? Tambra? Is Tambra?
Go ahead, Tambra.
Tambra Herod, are you on the line?
I see my Sebastian, I read her lips. Y'all go ahead and read her lips.
Do you see Tambra? I don't see her.
Can't see her.
Yes, I see.
I see her, I just can't hear her. Tambra, can you try one more time?
I see her and I can't hear her, yeah. And if you all had Apple computers, we wouldn't have problems.
Okay, Andrew, will you work on her to get her going, and I'll...
Still can't hear you, Tambra.
I'll go ahead and call the roll while Tambra and Andrew, you keep working on her.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yay!
Okay. All right, so I think I was unmuting the same time Andrew was. I think we were maybe toggling each other off and on or something. Can you all see me?
Please
Yes.
call the roll.
Okay, all right. Squire Sebastian.
Here.
Squire Blackburn.
Squire Blackburn. I see present. He said present. Unmute your mic.
Okay. Squire Muller,
Present.
Squire Tracy,
Here.
Squire Booth,
Here.
Squire Moore,
Here.
Judge Wells.
Here, okay, let's still do our pledge, and Squire Moore, since you have the flag behind you, would you lead us in the pledge?
I'm gonna stand up. All y'all don't have to stand up. I think you can see me over here by the flag.
Thank you, Squire.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of
States of
America.
America, and to the republic stands
One
nation, under
God,
indivisible,
with liberty, justice for all.
for all.
For all.
Thank you, Squire Moore. A little awkward, but
Worthy.
we did good for our country. Okay, the first item on the agenda is authorization for approval of minutes. If you want to make a motion or a second, please raise your hand. Authorization for approval of minutes from our special meeting of March 26, 2020. Squire Sebastian. Motion? Second by Squire Blackburn. Squire Blackburn. Is there discussion? If not, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to receive the sheriff's quarterly report for 3 months ending March 31st, 2020. Fingers for motion. Motion by Squire Sebastian. Second by Squire Booth.
Right.
Discussion. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller, Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next
Can I
item.
comment? I think, when they're raising their hand to make their motion, your head is down and you're reading the motion. So when you look up, you're calling on different people that actually raise their hand first. So if everybody would wait until he finishes reading, the line item and then raise your hand so he can actually see who raised their hand first would be a little more helpful.
Next item is authorization to receive the sheriff's 2018 amended tax collection settlement for the collection period January 1st, 2019 through April 30th, 2019. Squire Blackburn, motion by Squire Blackburn, seconded by Squire Booth. Any discussion? Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes, next item is authorization to receive the sheriff's 2019 county fee settlement.
So moved.
Squire Moore, is there a second? Squire Tracy with a second. Discussion? Call the roll?
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells.
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve the sheriff's settlement agreement with the city of Lawrenceburg using 2019 excess fees in the amount of $22,000.
So moved.
Squire Moore, is there a second? Squire Booth. Discussion? Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Squire Blackburn? Yeah, he said yes.
Squire Tracy,
Mark Tracy?
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes. Next item is authorization to approve a resolution authorizing the application of a grant with the United States Department of Justice for the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding Grant Program, which will bring us $58,000. Squire Sebastian. Motion, seconded by Squire Blackburn. Discussion, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Discussion. I thought we were moving that to other business.
No, that's the item number 8.
Oh, all right.
Not 8.
No, it's not eight.
Not 8.
So this is a resolution authorizing the application of a grant with the United States Department of Justice for the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding Grant Program. It's going to bring $58,000 to help with our payments. I hope we'll be for them. Did I get a motion in a second? Squire Sebastian made the motion, Squire Blackburn made a second. Is there any other discussion? If not, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes, the next item, item 8, authorization to approve a COVID-19 pay plan has been removed from the agenda. The next item is authorization to approve a banking transaction with Traditional Bank to bring us more revenues. Motion by Squire Sebastian, seconded by Squire Booth. Discussion? Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes, next item is authorization to approve a budget transfer, to approve budget transfers for the fiscal year 2019-20 in the jail fund.
So moved.
Moved by Squire Moore. Is there a second? Thank you. Squire Sebastian? Okay, call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
We make this transfer every year. I will vote yes.
thank you. Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes, next item is authorization to receive the treasurer's quarterly report for 9 months ending March 31st, 2020.
Judge, I'll make that motion because I don't want to make it next quarter.
Okay, yeah, I hear you. Good move. Second, did I hear second by Squire Muller?
you did.
Yes.
Okay, Squire Muller, I apologize. I do not see you, so I'm listening for you. Okay, we got a motion, a second, discussion. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
I'd like to say first that I appreciate everything Susan Lambert's doing during these tough times. I mean, it's a moving target. Yes.
okay. Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes, I'm just going to help you out, Squire Muller. It's Susan Long.
Yeah.
We do appreciate Lambert, but we appreciate Susan Lawrenson as well. But anyway, that's we understand. It's been a long day, 3.5 hours already in, and we're not only halfway through. So the next item is payment of bills. Is there a motion offered to deny any payment of any of the bills? Hearing none and seeing none, hearing and seeing none, the bills will be paid. The next item is in other business. we're going to add a local TIF contract working with the city for Jim Parsons as to be a shared consultant with an amount of not to exceed $25,000, which would be shared equally with the city of Frankfurt. Is there a motion?
Okay, we need a motion to amend the agenda to add a contract under business.
You're right, did not have that, you're right. So is there a motion to amend the agenda? There's a motion by Squire Sebastian, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Squire Muller seconded, okay. Discussion, call the roll.
Judge, can I ask? Oh, no, go ahead, I'll ask.
Please. Okay.
Okay, Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller,
Yes.
Squire Tracy,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes. Squire, now,
You didn't call me.
and the local TIF
I'm
contract.
sorry, I am so sorry.
What?
Squire Booth,
Yes, I've heard some yeses said with a lot of pain in their voice, but I will vote yes.
Well, we've, hold on.
I skipped her in the roll call, Judge. She's good.
Oh, okay. All right, this is all trying for us all.
It is, and I appreciate your patience.
Okay, now, the item on the agenda will be add the contract with K&K, Jim Parsons, to be as our consultant working with this, for the city and the county to work towards a TIF project that would be voted on by both the city and the county, and the cost of the consultant would be no more than $25,000 and split equally among both the city and the county. Now,
Judge, this is Rick. Can I clarify that motion just for precision?
please, if you would, sir.
As I understand, the motion is to engage the service of Mr. Parsons for consultation and evaluation of a possible TIF. This is not a vote on a specific financing mechanism, TIF or otherwise. This is the expert agreement consistent with that joint meeting, which seems like a lifetime ago, but this is not a vote to approve a TIF or any other financing agreement. This is the consultation agreement.
Okay, I thought I said that. If I didn't, I apologize. Squire Muller, do you have a question?
Hey, Judge, I think it was maybe me with the question.
Yes, sir. You said earlier you were asking a question. You said I'll just wait.
Yeah, is it possible to put in there that because it's going to be a joint quote-unquote business venture, that when Mr. Parsons reports back that we could do it in a joint city-county commission meeting, so we're not having to pay him to do things twice? Just asking.
Well, I think I'm going to answer that because you and Squire Sebastian have asked that, and I've talked with Keith about it. It's only if the city is willing, and at this point, I understand that the mayor doesn't want to do that, and maybe some of the city commissioners don't want to do that. We can't require that the city meets with us, and so if they want to have a meeting, then we will do that, and if we can work through all the peculiarities as part of it, we will do that, but we can't require that to be part of it. Mr. Sparks, would you speak to that, what I have said?
I think that there will be, and I mean, you all schedule this, you all do the schedule, I don't. If the city, there will be opportunities for the city and the county in further decisions, probably to do a joint meeting, both for efficiency and it's just a really good idea. As the consultation goes along, it'll really be up to the judge and the mayor how they set hearing, or pardon me, I said hearing, meetings, joint or several, or just accept reports and recommendations. But you are correct that we couldn't force the city to do a joint meeting any more than they could force the county to do a joint meeting. But I do, Squires, agree that there will be some really good reasons to do that in the future, and it should be strongly encouraged to the extent possible. I mean, we're all on the same page. We're all on the same team at the end of the day.
I appreciate it, Rick. I just think it makes sense. We're paying Mr. Parsons, I'm assuming, by the hour, and to do things twice doesn't make much sense, and I think it would be good for the community. So thank you for your input.
Squire Tracy?
I was just gonna ask Judge, would it be possible for you to send over a formal request to the city asking that we meet together? Obviously, after today's conversation was had this morning, I think there was a lot of questions, a lot of information. So just an ask for you, by you to.
I don't mind doing that, but what?
Thank you. Well,
Okay, I'll take care of it. Squire Blackburn, you had a question?
Just more of a statement. I find it peculiar they dictate which lawyer we get, and then we come to an agreement, and then they don't want to meet when we obviously had over 25 people on this meeting today, including the call-in. I find that.
Well, hey, let's things have changed. Let's work from the standpoint we're going to try to get something, a meeting.
Okay.
All right, let's go from that. Thank you for your statement. Any other statements? Okay, clerk, will you call?
I have one. I agree with JW that it was noticed that Lexington had a lot of TIFs, and he was the lawyer. He's a paid consultant, and we are paying him too. So that means that our TIFs are going to be approved. Isn't that right? I think that.
Tamara, if we had a motion in a second.
I'll make a motion.
Tamara, have we had a motion or a second?
No, Squire Moore just made a motion.
Okay, is there a second? Squire Sebastian. Okay. Any other discussions? Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yeah.
Squire Muller,
I look forward to working with the city on this project. It's an exciting time for Frankfurt and Franklin County, so I vote yes.
okay, Squire Tracy,
Again, I would like to thank Mr. Parsons, Ms. Smith, Ms. Palmer for participating in our conversation this morning, not only to educate the fiscal court, but also the residents of Franklin County. A lot of good questions were asked and a great conversation was had. My questions and concerns have now been answered. I vote yes.
okay, Squire Booth,
Yes.
Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes, and thank you all for reconsidering, and I'm glad that we had this opportunity to share the information. It was a great conversation that was had by all. So we're thrilled that they came and thrilled that we can move together jointly. Thank you for reconsidering. Okay.
Squire Moore has raised his hand.
I just want to say I'm glad we did this while we weren't paying him.
Yeah. Let's hope that we can keep the meeting shorter. Squire Sebastian, do you have a comment?
Yeah, it just kind of go along with Squire Morris. I mean, the thing is a lot of these questions, it would have been better to have had the opportunity to ask him on the front end. So you're exactly right. Now that we've had that opportunity and there's been good communication, that really has cleared up a lot of things. Thank you very much.
Okay. Ms. Tamer, do we don't adjourn? We need an authorization to recess to the budget work session. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's There's a motion by Squire Sebastian. Is there a second to recess to the budget work session?
That's where
Okay. Call the roll.
Squire Sebastian,
Yes.
Squire Blackburn,
Yes.
Squire Muller, Squire Muller,
Squire Muller. Squire Muller.
Second.
Future.
He gave a thumbs up. Squire Tracy,
Okay. Yes.
okay, Squire Booth,
Squire Booth.
I'm tired. But I vote yes, it's my duty.
thank you. Squire Moore,
Yes.
Judge Wells,
Yes, it is 10 till, can we take a 5-minute break? Mute your screen, take a 5-minute break and come back and get your materials, and we will begin the budgetary work session. We're only going to go for 2 hours. As you can see, this has been a long day, so if you would, take your 5 minutes, get you something to eat, drink, and do whatever you need to do, and then come back, unmute your mics, or mute your mics, but let us know that you're back, if you would.
Judge, I don't know if I can get up to Captain D's and back in 5 minutes, but we'll do what we can. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for supporting our local restaurants. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Fish Friday.
The year-end projections are really sticky
Small.
right now, sticky to know where to go. So I want to cover a couple of things that we know, and I would like to also primarily, I need the court to provide some sort of direction about revenues and about how to proceed in this process, but also to inform you all that I am trying to incorporate the estimates as they come in, and with some sort of specific reference point, okay? And so I'm trying to use a blend of known percentages and or some conservative estimated percentages on some of the projections. And pretty much today was really going to be all about revenue. Now, we need some positive, so kind of a blend of positive and negative, but the legislature froze the retirement rates, which was fantastic news, because that was going to be another stacked on the prior year's $350,000, another $350,000 in expenses from our budget. Well, they've frozen it, but it's only for 1 year. Only for 1 year. Now, so it's only for 1 year. I haven't heard that they're going to freeze it forever. So we still have to be faced with that at some point on the horizon. But the issue is now that $350,000 we still have to come up with it in this budget year in the form of because we'll have lost revenue. So instead of having an increase in our expenses by that $350,000, we could very well be looking at something like that same figure in lost revenue. So the direction that obviously the role that you all have is a multitude of roles, but the use of reserves was a factor in last year's budget building. The use of reserves for budgeting is always, every single year is a factor, but it will be even more of a factor in this budget building process. We, as I have pointed out repeatedly, use we budget reserves for our budget every single year. And we have that history, we can revisit that over time. But that is going to, should be very thankful that we do have cash in the bank and unrestricted reserves available to cushion us through this temporary time period and hopefully this lagging period that may likely go into the fall and perhaps even into the first of next year. So a couple of specific comments. We received the state payroll tax payment. I hope you can see it on your screen. That's big enough to be visible.
Yeah.
In the bottom corner, the bottom left corner, you can see calendar year quarter 2020, quarter end 3/31. We received $145,000 from the state, and compared to the prior quarter of $188,000, that is, you can see dollar-wise down by almost $43,000, about 23%. Now, we were already facing and expecting a decrease in our state payroll because of the shift in the Mayo Underwood building being the offices moving down there. And part of that shift may have been recognized in the quarter end 12/31 with that negative number, that 12,000 that you see. So 6%, 23, we're looking at, 30%, close to 30% already in this drop. Now, we had expected this 3/31 to be the really the first quarter to reflect that shift from the Mayo Underwood building population. But then we also now have the new event in the final month of this quarter with the virus impact and the possible employees that are working from home at the state employees that are working from home. But again, that movement can go either way. There may be people working in Franklin County now that were otherwise working in some other locations. So there's that possibly there, but also the full quarter of the Mayo Underwood shift that we're seeing. So all that being said is with the 30% down, well, you can see the real dollars, the $43,000. I would expect that there would probably be some additional shifting downward in the state payroll for what we receive for the quarter end 6/30, which will be in the next fiscal year. So as a minimum, you're looking at, $50,000 for sure. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. If it goes up to a 35% hit, we could be looking at, $60,000 to $65,000 hit in revenues. On the payroll, this payroll money is wrapped into our occupational tax collection line item, which is that 4134 in the general fund. With that general fund budget figure, just a reminder, we have not met our deadline yet. April 30th is the deadline for the payment of the payroll monies, and those we do even with the hit of the virus, we do anticipate reaching our payroll budget. Now we'll know more at the end of the month when when the rest of those receipts come in. But it's quite likely, if you look at where we are year to date, we still anticipate possibly meeting our budget on payroll for this year. That budget, the number that we budget going forward, though, will not will not be $4.8 million. It will not be the budget that we have this year. It will be less. As far as factoring in, the other things we have to factor in, I know you read about the cities. Just a moment. Yes, a moment now. Would you ask Donna to talk and talk? Thank you. As far as factoring in the information from the city, because we have that shared payroll tax agreement, we know that many of the businesses that are shared are the ones that are out jet, and many of them are restaurants, and many of them are retail that have been closed for 30 days or how much longer. So we'll be running some numbers on that to see what that's going to look like and impact on the payroll side. But undoubtedly there will that 400,000 that we share back and forth with the city. Their number will be there'll be a big impact on that number, on that payroll number coming down. I mean, we all know Logan's is closed, so we know that the doors are shut. I heard on the news this morning that Mortensen Family Dental had laid off. I don't know how many people. Of course, dental services are on lockdown because of the social distancing, and professional offices like that do have significant payrolls that have good salaries, and so sometimes we forget about them in the mix of the retail, but offices like that will be impacted. So we will have a negative payroll impact there to calculate. Also touch briefly in the memo on the legislative action to take away the coal impact money. So there's $40,000. That's a for sure we will not get. That is a known we will not get. Don't have to speculate there. The gasoline sales and the gas tax that fund our county road aid, those revenues are down and being recalculated by the state. Our projections that we are given as our budgetary guidelines from the Department for Local Government have been pulled. The numbers they gave us during the workshop earlier this year have been pulled, and they will not be the allowed budget figures. We will have to wait to hear what they will allow us to budget for county road aid. Like I say, they dictate that number to us. A budget with any other number is rejected. So it's a known and an unknown. I don't know how much that hit will be. The other category that's our significant revenue categories, which point out obviously that payroll, net insurance premium provide half of our tax revenue. So these are big areas of concern. The insurance premium tax you've probably read, and I don't know if you've received. I haven't seen my check. Maybe the county ought to get a refund too. But many of the companies are refunding or crediting future premiums of their policyholders for their motor vehicle premium due to the less exposure with less commuting and less traffic. So even if you look at our $2 million in insurance premium tax that we do receive, half of that comes from motor vehicle premiums. So even a 5% credit on that is going to be about $50,000 on that line that I think we would be wise to pay attention to. And the net profits, my comments there, we will meet our budget this year, the 675. We expect to meet our budget this year. The receipts that have been posted, we've been posting receipts every day, so the report that I sent out to you earlier in the week has been updated because it is that time of the year when these monies are coming in. Many of the companies are going ahead and paying. 2019 was on track to be a good year and a profitable year for businesses. So there should be net profits to turn over, and many of them are doing that even in advance of the extension deadline out to July 15th. One comment I want to make, and just when you're looking at your revenue reports, just a comment here to attempt to clarify, and we'll continue to visit this, is you can see that the net profits category in the general fund, that 014139 line item, has some sub-accounts. The last three digits, those minor codes on those sub-accounts are further detailed lines. I do not distribute the budget among those. It all wraps into the major code that all wraps into net profits. So it looks a little weird because we're posting receipts to line items that don't have a budget, which makes us look like we're over budget. So we kind of have to wrap those in. The system doesn't summarize them in the reporting module, but just as a note of explanation there, as of yesterday, we had received $603,000 of our $675,000 net profit budget. And I spoke with Lee, and there are every indication that we will meet our budget this year, even with the extension to July 15th. Now, what does that do to next year with the having the extension pushed out and then possibly having 2 years of net profits in 1 year? As I said, we will not have double figures. In fact, when you look at, and I think I provided you a revenue history report. When you go back and look at the history, you can see wild fluctuations in that net profit history, and they're not all cyclical factors. If we're trying to find a reference point of the building crash or something like that, they're not really all cyclical figures. There's a lot of tax law figure things that come in. There's a whole lot of factors that can come in to play there that are just really out of our control for predicting. And so net profits is not really a good category to rely on for revenue anyway. The payroll usually is typically much more reliable than that. Our solid one should always be the one to rely on. It's our property tax and our property tax revenue. And we have been very hopeful, and we did see growth last year in our assessment base, and we have been relying and trying to bank on that growth being captured and reflected, so that we would have a way to kind of cover the growth that's necessary in our service delivery. But unfortunately, we have some cautionary figures there. Every year I use the first recap, which is the deadline for that is April 1st. That recap is not available. And the word from the PPA and state revenue is to use last year's numbers for your assessment. And so based on that, our real property tax budget line would show no revenue increase for our next budget year, for our proposed next budget. And the next part of that comment is typically you don't generally budget for more than you receive in the current year unless you have a basis for growth. So we're a little short of reaching our budget this year. We'll see what the next month brings, but there's usually very little, only another historically $10,000 to $20,000 more in real property taxes in the last couple of months. So we've, we're about we're $93,000 short of our budget in real property taxes for this year. So we may have to actually lower our real property tax number just slightly to reflect what we received this year, if that remains to be the advice of the PBA and revenue. That's again for that real property tax line. Tangible property is another one that's rather volatile and not always that predictable, but we will projected, I think I was projecting that we'll meet that budget this year. Distilled spirits, our favorite one for Franklin County, that has been our stronghold. We know there's some new growth there, and the PVA says that at this time that the new buildings or the new construction will be allowed in the assessments, but as we know, it takes a I ran a figure, but when you're talking 0.187%, based on the same tax rate, which is the assumption that we should work on, is keeping the tax rate the same. That you can see we'll exceed the budget by $21,000 based on the $500,000 budget that we had, but even the new growth is not going to make up the differences that we're showing in the shrinkage in the other areas. The insurance premium, the revenue side on I commented on the LGEA, and the insurance premium, which is in our fire fund and the road fund. I think, and you've already heard the comments from the jailer about the revenue stream there, which will obviously, those numbers will have to be revisited too, and the jailer will be revisiting, I'm sure, all of his budget numbers if it's not already done so when we meet with them again. The park and the golf course and the impact there, there'll have to be some consideration about what that is, and haven't really focused on that because it's a much lower level of, it doesn't really provide revenue, it just offsets expenses. So with that being said, I'll let myself breathe a minute, and I'd like to hear from the court about their revenue concerns. If you're looking at any sources of new revenue, if you could give me any kind of questions or comments.
Hey Susan, this is Michael.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for all you're doing. Like I said earlier, and I apologize for fumbling on your name. It's been a long day. I look at everything as a business owner. We're a small business, and we've run numbers, and I've talked to people from all over the country. And the consensus is, we're going to be down probably 25%. If that turns into county money, that's roughly $7 million. Have you talked to any other counties, people that you work with, to get a feel of what you think we could potentially be down? And the judge said earlier he was going to meet with department heads next week. I mean, if we're talking that much money, I can only imagine it's going to have to be some tough decisions made as far as seasonal, part-times, overtime, to the point of, cutting budgets, probably 15% or something. I mean, in order to, I don't want to just rely on our reserves to try to balance this next year's budget. So I guess that's kind of where I'm at. Just wanted your thoughts on that, please.
First, I'll respond that the Treasurers Association emails blowing up every day with feedback, everybody bouncing ideas back and forth and what are you doing, and as well as disseminating information from the Department for Local Government, our regulatory agency. As the state, I'll remind us again that, we are different from the city because the state dictates so much about what we do, what we have to do, and what they'll allow us to do, etc. So I've already commented about a couple of things that they've said, and they have to approve our budget, and if you don't have defensible estimates, the budget would not be approved. It has to be balanced. You can't have a negative budget, so you inevitably, that's why we have to balance it with the use of reserves, and then based on what are some of the plans that you have. So the Department for Local Government is involved and is online. I talked with the association president, who's in Russell County, and and of course our colleagues close by, Sheila over in Shelby County, and what they're doing and what they're looking at. But everybody is, it really is a day-by-day, play-by-play changing. With now that the legislature's gone home, maybe some of that, will settle out, and we'll get, that won't be a concern as much anymore, and then we'll have that settled out. But I will remain in contact with them, and I will try to provide the court information on what some of those ideas are as they become available.
Susan, just to follow up on that, I had asked, earlier in the week, I had commented on a lot of things you're talking about. My question is, have we gotten any guidance from anywhere in the state? And you were buffering through this, so you may have answered it and it just zapped out. Have we gotten any guidance on doing a preliminary spending plan to launch into the year, and then being able to lock in a budget once we have a better revenue projection? Because as you know, constitutionally, the General Assembly is supposed to pass a biennial budget for 2 years, and they only passed a spending plan for 1 year, waiting on more information from the consensus forecasting group that they had gotten back in December, and they know those revenue estimates aren't going to hit correctly.
I have not received anything from the state for guidance for counties or county statewide. I think Shelby County indicated that they were going to, they were going to, do a spending limit. We're going to pass a continuation budget, I believe is what they said, and then with a spending limit of 50% for half the year. And that is really based on the pattern of in the fourth year of a term, there is a 65% spending limit that's already part of our guidelines. And they were going to drill it down to a 50% spending limit, but I'm not sure how they were going to enforce that. But that was the only other county idea that I had heard so far about something formal in their guidance.
Okay, if you don't mind, Susan, before you go on, I want to let I thought I had said this, but if not, I'm going to reiterate it. Because of what we're talking about when it comes to revenue.
What recommendations do you have for us, Susan, in this regard?
Let me finish my statement, please, Squire. And my recommendation is that as we go through this process, you're going to see a budget not based on what the department heads have presented to us this year, but what they were budgeted last year. So the budget that you will be evaluating as we get into that will be a continuation budget from last year, for the simple reason we don't know what is going to happen. And secondly, whatever it is, as it transforms into a more permanent budget, we can always amend any time in the fiscal year to add funds in or take funds away. So I think it's prudent upon us to look at what we put in the budget last year, along with some of the capital expenditures that we do know that are on the horizon, i.e. a fire truck, i.e. possible Humane Society, and some other things that might be there. But other than that, I think we need to just stay tight. At this point in time, I don't see us, I'm not going to recommend any cost of living raises to any of the employees until we can get a better grip on what type of revenues come in. But that's to be presented to you in the near future as we continue through this process of developing a budget. So that is my recommendation to Susan, and it will be my presentation. Susan will present that to you as we move forward. So so Susan, if you want to continue on answering what Squire Sebastian asked you, that's fine. But I wanted to make it clear that is what you and I have talked about is the best way to move forward.
So, Judge, you cut out quite a bit, and I'm sorry, someone may have been talking over you or something, and if it was me, I apologize. I was trying to listen. I'm not sure going into this, if we already know our revenue is down, and Susan, I've heard you say multiple times, it is very difficult, or it is more difficult to go back to the state and amend the budget on a sizable amount, which it appears we're going to have to do. So why aren't we looking at, rather than doing a continuation budget, which it's clear we're not going to hit that, why aren't we looking under that and saying we're going to look at across the board 15% down budget and project to the best of that? And if we have to round up, we're to the good, rather than to go back after the fact and start cutting. That puts us in a much more difficult position to plan for the entire year. And I've heard you even say that.
I wasn't anticipating cutting. I was anticipating as revenue came in, it would be adding more. We'd be amending the budget to more towards the revenue plus side as opposed to the revenue neutral side. So that's where I was coming from. It's just a starting point. And we need a starting point, and it's a conservative starting point to get us through this time. We don't know. I mean, we're dealing with the unknown. I do believe that the state is going to be pretty flexible. From what I've heard, that they're going to, from the local government is starting to look at the process that everybody's going through, and there have been requests. And so I think we'll hear more information coming from them on what they're going to expect from us come June 30 or July or June 30th of this by June 30th this year. So it's really an all and unknown to get us started. That's where that's a start, and that's all we're trying to do. Now, as you get a budget, and if there are 4 votes to cut 15% across the board on everything, that's so be it. But I'm trying to get us to a point where we can just sit down and look at a budget and get started.
I think, as am I, but I would rather go in with a more realistic projection, because Susan said from the jump, sent us several messages that says money's not going to be there. Why would we forecast what we're living with right now when we know the revenue's not going to be there? You wouldn't do it at your own home. I'm not going to risk 50,000 people in the county the same way.
Well, we're not here to argue over what way we're going to do. We're trying to get started. So I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just trying to give you a starting point. So the power of the budget comes with all of us. It takes 4 votes, and so let's just look at it that way. All I want to do is get the process going and get started. Fair enough?
Yep, I completely agree on that, and unfortunately, Judge, if you're taking this as being argumentative, that's unfortunate. All I'm saying, I'm just trying to make a statement just like you were. Wasn't arguing with wasn't rejecting your viewpoint. I was only adding in mine, which you feel yours is realistic, I feel mine's realistic. Like you said, the people got to weigh in. So you've weighed in, I've weighed in. We'll see what everybody else says.
Go ahead, Susan.
Just a couple of comments. This is all very new ground, and most of my time and thoughts have been preoccupied with just dealing with the information as it's coming in, and not really a big final plan. This is still very much in the works. A couple of things of reassurance. This is April 17th. We are really pretty much on track. We were well ahead of our budgeting process, well on our way to be very much ahead in advance of our budgeting process before this disaster. So we are not behind. We are ahead, and having this whole workshop meeting with the entire fiscal court is good. And my first recommendation is that we have another one even before the next court meeting to maybe look at some of the preliminary and some other information that maybe I'll have time to get into the worksheets. Then I'd be able to get, I don't have the worksheets populated. I don't have them populated with some of the year-end projections that I know you all would like to see, because that is a good reference point for going forward. And maybe with some other kinds of highlights, you can, and we had hoped to do some of the narratives, but again, the information for the labels on the line items are pretty indicative of what those line items include. So if you look at those and you know things that you think are discretionary, then I would welcome your questions about those. If those are your area of concern, if there's a certain service, if you're looking at, I know Michael, you've mentioned the golf course a couple of times in the park, that if you're looking at a different staffing arrangement there, then you need to know about it. But on the revenue side, one of the practices that had been in place when I came here and when I started, and actually it is I'll be checking with some of the other counties about their practice in doing it. Is basically their fund balance is a part of their budget every year. So when you look at that summary of receipts and expenditures that we look at on our quarterly report, that fund balance that we have, that is a part of their budget. And it's not appropriated or allocated to a specific detailed line items. What it's appropriated or allocated to is what's labeled as a contingency. So a contingency for reserves, or contingency for transfer for reserves. So their budgets may look really big because they include their fund balance in their amount that is available to them to spend in any single year. Now, we will have a larger number than the 1.2 million, even with cuts, Squire Sebastian. We will have it more than that 1.2 million to balance this budget. We already have increases that we have to recognize we're going to be looking at probably, $75,000 in debt service for 1 year on the fire equipment. We've already approved the budgets for the sheriff's office and the clerk's office, which had increases to them on a calendar year that impact our budget on the fiscal year basis, based on their payroll increases and picking up the, the sheriff's office now is close to $2 million payroll and another almost $1 million in benefits. So we have increases already built in that have been approved by court, unless without some other kinds of changes there that automatically roll into our budget. Again, it's a real Thanksgiving that retirement's on hold, but I don't know that it's going to go away. If they freeze it another year, so be it, but someday there'll be some sort of reckoning. There's been discussion but no action on increasing fees for planning and zoning so that the people that use that service are paying their fair share of the service. I would encourage court to get that on the agenda as soon as possible, to look at anything related to fees that the state allows for you to cover your costs on, to start doing so. And that would be the first, that would be one of the first ones that should be looked at.
Susan, if you don't mind, Lambert's had his hand up for quite a bit of time. Can we call on Lambert?
Sure, yes, Judge. I don't look at papers and numbers. Hi, Lambert.
Judge, the next time we get together, I would like to see a stripped down budget reflecting last year's wish lists and anything we can do, what that's going to look like.
Last year's wish list or this year's wish list?
Well, set aside the money that, if we're going to do a continuation budget, was set aside last year for trucks or mowers or whatever. I want to see what this budget looks like without that in it. So I'm sure they got wish list for this year, unless it's something that's paid for by others, like you know what I mean, like through grants and state allowances.
Okay, so you understand what Farmore's asking for?
I believe so. The vehicles and some of the equipment purchases, yes.
Yeah, I mean, we can't take the fire truck off, stuff like that, but don't put anything new on there for the next budget.
Vehicle that we would eliminate. Yeah, exactly.
If things go better than, if the economy starts roaring back, we can add stuff in.
Yeah, I think what we had Susan and I talked about is we would have a list of capital expenditures via whatever they are, and then as if monies came available, we can look at those one at a time at their cost and whether we can afford it or not. Okay? Is that fair enough? Is that what you're talking about, Lambert?
I'm talking about.
You got it.
Hey, Judge, this is Michael.
Okay, Squire Muller.
No, Susan, you had brought up Lakeview Park and some other ideas, and I know it's been a long day, so if it's okay with you, I'll just kind of maybe send the court some thoughts that I had where we might be able to go with some cost savings, if that's okay, Susan.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you again.
Just one comment, if you're not aware, and Squire Lambert, Susan. Oh, I'm sorry.
Susan Lambert.
Squire Lambert, Squire Moore.
Yes.
You are probably aware that we had a discretionary flex funds, or if I'm not saying that the program right, over $400,000 project that was that we have an agreement on with the state, but we're putting that on hold because of the nature of that agreement. First of all, we have to front the money, and it's supposed to be reimbursed by the state and until we have some assurances from the state about the ability to reimburse that program, we're going to put that on hold. I think the agreement is good for 2 years or maybe 3. John can tell us there, but that will be on hold. And just a reminder, this year's budget was pretty much balanced based on county road funds. So the county road funds, we had in at 900,000, we took it down to 600,000. So that's always a big area of a go-to area for slowing down, significant slowdown if you're looking at for spending.
Right.
Susan, I just wanted to comment in and ask about that. So thank you for bringing that up, because typically the state reimbursement for that, it's never predictable. And so that could be, or it could not be. Is that right?
It has not been predictable. And I would say it would be more unpredictable.
Okay, continue on, Ms. Susan.
The format, there was some discussion there. Let me show you the format that will be. Yeah, this is the format that we're working in. This will provide court with the we're looking at the revenue worksheet, but it's the same format we'll have for the expense worksheet. We'll have 2 years of actual and the current year of actual, and hidden in between the columns are the budget numbers. If you're interested in budgetary comparisons, that will be available. But we will work within this format in our discussions to provide for the reference points of this historical information. The actual numbers may become static at some point, because every time I'm making custom changes to report that I'm extracting from the software. So this is the kind of format, and we can hide these other columns so that we can just see the actual, and then we'll have our budget proposal out here for budget of the 2021 budgeted amount. So that way you can see it in reference to the year-end projection and in reference to prior year actuals to see if it looks realistic or not. I'll say Squire Blackburn and all the court, I welcome your scrutiny on these numbers and detailed questions about why is there such a variance and how do we account for that. Those are good, valid questions. And because as you saw, and we've seen in certain line items when we were talking about the jail budget, there was one that the number was budgeted incorrectly. And I just picked up the wrong line. I picked up a year-to-date line instead of the prior year's budget line, and it's for state revenue, so it was a given. And so I appreciate you monitoring those and asking questions, and if you could do that during the course of the review of the worksheets, that's fine. So this is the format we'll be working with then.
Susan, and I want to follow up on this, Rick, again, and I'm still here. I guess I'm a glutton for punishment, but I'm very much appreciative of the discussion and Squire Mueller's invitation to comment, etc. But you all be very careful as you're evaluating these worksheets, etc., or emailing in suggestions that's not an inadvertent invitation for discussions that would cause members of the court great and grave consternation. I think that it should be shared with the treasurer, any comments that you've got individually, so she can compile them. But this is the most critical of your constitutional duties, as you heard me say before, is the oversight of the purse. And that discussion, amendments, et cetera, are going to have to be, formally on the record, et cetera. But please do provide any insights, thoughts, et cetera, as to different line items, revenue, et cetera, as you've always done. But I don't want you all to inadvertently get down a slippery slope that will come back to haunt you. So just a reminder.
Hey, Rick, this is Michael. No, I appreciate that. So if I were to do some suggestions like Susan and I had talked about, even if it's a read-only type thing, you do not want me to send it to the court, just to her and the judge maybe?
Well, I
Just
don't
unclear.
want to say do it, but the tendency, you know how easy it is just to pop a quick email or 2 or 3, and then the next thing you know, you've had an off-the-record court meeting. I would suggest that if you have those, and you all are diligent public servants, forward those to Susan so she can compile them, and then you're better off actually having more frequent discussions, court discussions with it in front of everybody than that piecemeal type thing that you get into. Just to keep y'all from getting, just to keep it above, et cetera. I think the safest course of action would just be to send it to Susan with your comments, or even if you copy others on it, you got your paper trail on that. The tendency is going to be to respond, and then there you go.
So Rick, a number of times when I have sent things out like that, I have referenced only, this is for your information only. I've not asked anybody to weigh in, so I'm just going to continue to put that out there that way, just for information only. Please don't comment.
I think that is a dangerous practice. I've always thought it was a dangerous practice. I've pointed out that that's a dangerous practice. And I'm not saying about the invitation, and I realize that you try to control that, et cetera. It's the tendency to respond that you can't control once it's out there, except just by making sure that the direction is toward the treasurer. She modifies it, you all do it. And I'm not saying anybody would do it, don't get me wrong. But it's human nature. Again, you all are diligent public servants. You're trying to solve a problem. You're trying to do the oversight. And there just has to be lines. You just have to be really careful about that. And I've done the same. And when I've been called upon to do that, I've tried diligently to say, okay, have it in court, this is a court discussion, so it doesn't get you over too far on the line. And I respect what you're doing on that, Sherry. I just wanted to remind, what is it? Stay between the beacons, as the phrase would go, and you won't have any problem.
Thank you, County Attorney. I appreciate your guidance. You can see that I'm planning to use $900,000 as the borrowed money figure. That would allow the fire truck to be equipped with some of the specialty equipment. And I think that was what the fire chief had recommended, that the truck will come in, but it will still need some additional special upfitting to make it, up to par. So that's the figure I was going to use as our borrowed money figure. But that is strictly for the fire truck. As far as the Humane Society goes and the building there, it's my understanding from the discussions I've heard is that they won't be having any construction progress for some time, and even into not fiscal year 21 at all, where they require any draws from fiscal court, since our monies would only be a portion of that. But one of the ways that I would go about representing doing that, again, this is a very good document to work from, to remind you about where you are. So, for example, where we have these other funds we had set up in the past for special projects. As you can see, this fund, it's inactive, but it has a cash balance in it that was accumulated from monies that were allocated into that fund, and then they were just left there, even though they were excess, as opposed to being amended back to the general fund. So if you were going to go ahead and say, well, we want to go ahead and carve out that, what was the final number, 750?
800, believe, with it.
Well, if you were going to go ahead and carve it out, what you would be doing is making an appropriation, a cash transfer from this fund, from the general fund, to a special, a special reserve fund, a special project reserve fund of that X amount of dollars. And then that way it goes ahead and says, okay, that gets us, we're accounting for that money, but I'm reluctant to do that right now. Again, based on some of our budgetary, methods here that we might need to leave this money at least showing being represented in the general fund, budget-wise for now. So, and you can see, I'll just comment again to court that these fund balances that are shown in these other funds, let's take the jail one or the fire, either one or both good examples. They show a fund balance. Well, Squire Moeller, you're thinking along business practices, oh, they had a profitable year. They got $300,000 in retained earnings. Well, that's not the case. It's just an excess of transfers from the general fund to these other two funds that require money. As you can see, these interfund cash transfers that take place every year. We'll need another one too before the year end. That have been allowed to go ahead and accumulate and stay in these funds. Now, these funds are considered fund balances, and some might say a reserve. These could be used, these dollars can be used in these funds to balance the next year's budget. I haven't done that in a couple of years, so this money has accumulated. But if you can see, when you look at our we budgeted, I think it was 1.2 million from the general fund is what we budgeted of use of this money in the current year. So we could have reduced that possibly by $300,000, but it would have been it still would have been 1.2 million, but 300,000 or even 600,000, 600,000 would have come from other fund, organizational funds or budgetary funds, if that makes sense. So you're still budgeting the use of reserves, but it would be for money that had already accumulated in these otherwise deficit, areas of service. So,
Susan, let me say something. I think I recall, and I could be mistaken, but I believe what Sam Marcus said, that at the earliest, it could be April or in the spring of 2021 that they could be asking for our monies. So however you want to, whatever you recommend
I would recommend holding off on the way we're going to structure that.
Okay.
Is what I would recommend. And just on that note, it was not my understanding that we would give them a lump sum, but that it would be construction drawdowns.
That is correct.
And that project was much larger than the 800,000 that we were committing, and that those construction drawdowns could possibly happen, after there's 75% of the project underway. Ours would not necessarily be the first drawdowns, but might be at some later point. So then that would put it out clearly into a fiscal year 22.
Yep. Okay, are there any questions? Susan, if you want to continue on, if there's something else that you want to go over with, or if it's not going to be any more questions, and you're at a point where you feel like you want to stop, we'll schedule another meeting, and but I'll hold up on that until you and everybody feels like they're ready to schedule another meeting.
I would like to have that discussion about when we're going to have the next meeting. Would it be in advance? I was looking at the calendar, I guess, in advance of the court meeting on April 30th?
Yes, I will talk about that in just a second. Right now, Squire Blackburn has raised his hand for a question.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, whether we go with a continuation budget or an austere budget, I think it'd be important for the different department heads to make note of any purchases that will pretty much be necessary. Say they've got a vehicle that's about to die. They don't want to put it in the budget because they know we're not going to be able to afford it, but they may want to put it in there just to give us a heads up that it's going to be something coming down the road that we're going to have to look at.
That's a great statement, Squire Blackburn. And part of this process that you all asked for in their worksheets as they started to develop this budget before it became, as you said, austere, or somebody said austere, they produced a narrative of what they wanted, and so you will be given that to kind of look at as well, to add it back in, or take it, or keep it out of a budget as we go through the process. I think that might help you a little bit. Squire Tracy, did you have something?
No, Susan clarified it. It was about the payments, the commitment that we had made to the Humane Society, and Susan had clarified that in regards to the payments.
Okay. Susan, do you have anything else?
Well, I would like to ask the court of their preliminary, or they heard the jailer's budget presented at the last meeting, and I didn't hear any questions or comments during that, as I recall, and I was wondering if you had any input on the jailer's budget that you wanted to offer to be incorporated into the judge's own budget review of that.
Well, do you not, I mean, I'm not saying don't, but I'm saying shouldn't that, when we get, as that comes forward, should we have the jailer there in front to talk about that? As Squire Blackburn just said, what he did produce a narrative, but we shouldn't start.
I thought the jailer was in the meeting.
Can we have it?
The jailer's not here?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Right.
Okay, if there, I don't hear any other comments, so will all of you look at your schedule for Thursday, the 23rd of April at 1 o'clock for a budget meeting? Thursday, the 23rd of April, 1 o'clock for a budget meeting, like in the same procedure we're doing here.
Muller's good.
Okay.
I'm good.
Tracy, 1, 2, 3. Sebastian? Moore?
I'm good.
Marty?
Wake her up.
All right. So our next meeting will be Thursday, the 23rd, 1 o'clock. Does that suit your schedule, Susan?
With just the one comment that the packet If the 23rd, I don't know when you want to send a packet to the group, but that gives me less time to provide, to compile information. But if you send out the packet 2 days in advance, so that makes the deadline the 21st for me. And I don't know what your packet deadline is, unless the day before,
So you and I will talk. What I will do is I'll ask you, Susan, just to take this past year's budget and take out. We'll talk about the few things to take out, and then go from there. And then we'll have the department heads be on the line to answer questions as we start the process. Is that fair enough, Susan?
I'll participate in whatever working environment that's made available.
Okay. Everybody okay with this start? It's not a product, it's a start. Okay? All right, so the next meeting will be Thursday the 23rd at 1 o'clock, a budget meeting. Do I have Tamara on the line? Okay, Tamara's not on the line. I need a motion from someone in a second to adjourn.
I'll make that motion, Judge.
Hold on, I've got a motion by Sebastian to adjourn and a seconded by Squire Moore. Okay. Let's just do this. All in favor say aye, or thumbs up. All in favor, thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Okay. We're adjourned. Thanks, everybody. Great day, great progress. Appreciate all of you. Stay safe. And we'll be talking to you again on Tuesday evening as an update from Mercy Management. Thanks, everybody. Have a good weekend.